I will call the Assembly Finance Committee meeting of May 10th to order. It is Director Kester's birthday today, and she is here with us instead of out enjoying the sunshine. Such a dedicated public servant. Ms. Spiegel, will you please note our roll?
Thank you, Chair Train. We have all Assembly members present in chambers besides Mayor Weldon and Assembly Member Hughes Scandies, who are present virtually on Zoom. And I believe Assembly Member Wall will be joining us virtually shortly.
Thank you. Approval of minutes. Any additions or corrections to the minutes from last week's meeting? Seeing none, those are adopted. We're going to dive right into the agenda topics that we skipped last week when we ended early. So we'll start with fare free transit, Mr. Rogers.
Yep, thank you. So Director Kester is going to present the memo that she authored for Public Works and Facilities. Just for the committee, I would note that we, if you make a decision on this tonight in the affirmative, in whole or part, we will record it as if it's an expenditure. It's not an expenditure, it's a reduction of revenue, but it's going to factor into other decision making in the same way. So just know fare free transit doesn't cost us any more, but it is a reduction of revenue. We'll work with that number in the same way we work with other decisions.
Director Kester, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Trim. So in your packet, you have a memo that was the request of the Public Works and Facilities Committee after the Assembly listed exploring fare-free transit as one of their goals. And the memo really just is a summary of the research that we have done on other systems that are using fare-free transit. At the time, this was predominantly systems that were using COVID money to replace fares. So we don't have a lot of experience of fare-free transit on its own without that federal subsidy. Some of the reasons for fare-free transit are trying to expand, make ridership, reduce barriers to ridership. And what we have found in looking at other communities is that it does reduce barriers, but it doesn't necessarily increase the number of people using the bus. And when I mean that, I mean, it means that someone is more likely to use the bus or transit for a non-discretionary trip. So they're still going to go to work, they're still going to go to school, and they're still going to go grocery shopping, but they might also go to the birthday party with fare-free transit. Haven't seen in the limited research that we were able to do a lot of increase in, again, people who otherwise wouldn't ride the bus. It does reduce barriers for individuals, who might not be familiar with the system, and so that is a plus. You will see that overall, it's the fares that we charge are a pretty small part of our overall revenue. And fiscal year 2022, less than $500,000 collected in fares. About half of our revenue is collected in cash, and another half is collected in bus passes. Bus passes are $40 for and $12 for youth. Majority of those bus passes are sold at locales around town. Let's see, Fred Meyer, Foodland, and of course right here at City Hall. We also have a pretty vibrant VIP program for people with disabilities. There are 629 VIP cards, and that means you can ride the bus free. So we have mechanisms in place to provide fare-free transit for some of our population. We also have agencies like Jammy that purchase bus passes for their constituents. So without rereading this memo to you and rereading it myself, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director. Any questions?
Chair Train, I would just like to note that Assembly Member Wall has joined the meeting, but she doesn't have her video on currently.
Thank you, Ms. Spiegel. Mayor Weldon, and then Ms. Hale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question to Ms. Kester, and I prepped her for this so she knows it, is I have a trouble having year-round fare-free transit because I think we get overwhelmed in the summer from tourists, and I would hate to see a service that is supposed to help reduce barriers for people to travel have been overwhelmed by tourists. So how much would it, how much lack of revenue would it be if we just did the winter months fare free and not the summer?
Thank you for that question, Mayor Weldon. So if I'm looking at 2019, which is our last really full pre-COVID year, and we average in between passes and cash sales, we average $25,000 a month. I'm sorry, passes average is $25,000 a month. And we feel like that's our steady revenue. Maybe those are our more steady full-time customers. And we average about $15,000 more in that in cash sales, which is likely our summer visitors or our seasonal workforce. So if you're looking at Mayor Weldon, cutting out 6 months of, so let's say you did 6 months of fare-free transit, it would be, you would lose probably, let's see, about $200,000 in revenue.
Thank you.
Ms. Hale.
Thank you. This is less a question and more just a statement. We did look at this in the Public Works and Facilities Committee. Thank you, Chair Bryson. And I think no action came out of that committee because it was pretty equivocal. And I guess my advice to the Assembly is if we want to take action on this, that we wait and look at this more broadly. If we are trying to read, we're trying to make sure people can ride the bus. We actually spend a little more time on this rather than trying to decide at this point. Thanks.
Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to comment a little bit on what the questions that we came up with. Thank you, Madam Mayor, because that was one. First, how do we prevent not only tourists, but the crew workers from overwhelming the bus system if it's absolutely free? But then if we charge nothing to ride the bus, then that becomes the value of a bus ride in Juneau. And so right now it has a value. And as Mr. Watt was able to trade or make it as like it was a service of the community that we could offer free bus fares to college students as a way to cooperate with UAS because the product has service, because we charge money for it. We have the VIP program in place. So we could very easily expand that. People are already going through the system to get a bus pass. So we could make it way easier to make it way cheaper for folks who, if we really wanted to subsidize Juneauites riding the bus more and facilitating that. And the larger question is not necessarily that we needed to make our bus program less expensive to get more ridership. The concern now is expanding service needs, getting more rides up and down Douglas, getting rides all the way back down into the roundabout in Lemon Creek. We've cut off a giant section of some of the poorest neighborhoods in the community because we have less bus service than what we really need in the community. So there's no great answer to this. That's why we weren't able to come up with a vote in the Public Works and Facilities. And that's what came of that, Madam Chair. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Ms. Hughes-Scandies.
Thanks, Madam.
Oh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I have a very simple question that I think Director Kester will know the answer to, and then I have a follow-up to that, if you're okay with that. Director Kester, what is the current cost of a bus fare?
$2.
$2. Thank you. Okay, I just wanted to verify. It had been a little bit since I'd been on the bus. So just as a follow-up, I'm not on the Public Works Committee anymore, but I was very interested in exploring this idea. I would just say that I think $2 is not a lot of value now in terms of giving the manager a lot of value to wheel and deal with, although I appreciate his endless creativity. So I don't know that removing it is taking away anything too great. And similarly, I do share the concern. I don't want our year-round riders to get people who really need it for transport to get swamped off by an explosion of people taking it in the summer. But I don't think that it is the $2 that is preventing tourists from taking the bus in the summer. I don't think making that from $2 to free is really gonna encourage a lot of folks to do it. It's more an awareness issue. And plenty of them do, and it is already an issue. I would just maybe put out there more as we've heard kind of two members of from the Madam Chair of the Public Works and from a committee member of Public Works, but I understand the desire to kind of perfect this and tinker with this and get this right, but I am personally would just put out there that I'm curious to try this, and I'm sure if it's going poorly, staff will come back to us. It doesn't seem like there were a ton of unanswered questions that came out of the committee, so just wanted to share that perspective.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes Candies, Ms. Gladysevsky, and then Mayor Weldon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't on the Public Works Committee, so only listening to what they were able to do. And I understand that they weren't able to really come up with a recommendation. So to me, this needs committee work. And we haven't heard here. We have a lot of stuff on our agenda tonight, a lot of decisions to be made. I would, hope that are you planning on, I wasn't sure what you're hoping to get out of this. If you think we might just say yes to this, is that what you thought might happen? Yeah, I would move that we, keep it in the public, in the, what do you call that committee? The Public Works Committee. I'm so interested in doing this, at least for half a year. But I just don't know that the entire body has had a chance to figure it out and resolve some of those questions. I don't think it'll take too long, but I don't know that we're going to do it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gladysevsky. Mayor Weldon.
Madam Chair, and I apologize. You guys are breaking it in and out a little bit. This is actually a question for Mr. Bryson because I didn't quite hear what he had to say, and I just want to make sure I got the essence of his what he had to say. So, if correct me if I'm wrong, but he's actually saying the fares, collecting the fares, would actually help in possibly getting more buses running. Was that the main thought of what he said?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It wasn't necessarily that the revenue created would pay for new buses, but the problem that the bus system is facing of not being able to access all parts of the community is a larger problem than fare free. So if we were going to focus energy and resources onto fixing our capital transit for our community, focusing the energy on making sure that all routes are being run, we have enough buses and enough bus drivers, that would serve the community better than if we remove the $2 fee. And that was just, that last part is just my opinion. And after hearing all the different facts and using free examples in my personal business life, if you give something away for free, people feel entitled to it, and that's never a good idea. Thank you for the time.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few thoughts. For me, I guess one alternative I was kind of thinking would be to expand the, I can't remember what you called it, Ms. Kester, but anyway, the free pass type of thing. At one point I'd been thinking, oh, what if we made it so high school students can ride for free with their IDs, people who receive Denali Kid Care or SNAP benefits or something can, essentially expand to people who would benefit more from reduced or no fares on the bus, and expand that program that way. And then people who can't afford it, I can pay $3 or $2 or whatever. So that would have been one thought. Another is I would like to continue to explore free buses on election days, both general election day and municipal election day. And then just the other thought about and I think this was in some of the articles that we saw in the Public Works and Facilities Committee. Just that if we remove any contribution by the riders, does that just make it easier to cut routes? Because now you're looking at a program that isn't supported by the users. And so anyway, like by having that, even though it's small to the overall cost, does that just make it easier to reduce? Anyway, I'd be happy to keep working on Public Works. I actually don't remember that we didn't know what to do. It's just, I do almost wonder are the members of the assembly, would they prefer to deal with it in the committee of the whole, or are you fine to let us? Anyway, we all like to tinker, so maybe committee of the whole is a better place for it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll keep it really brief because we have a very long meeting, and maybe the consensus is for people to keep it there. In which case I'm agreeable to keep working with my colleagues. I am strongly in opposition to just doing that because I feel like it got nowhere and it stalled out. If you want to send it to the cow so it has renewed energy from people and people feel good about that, then great. I'm also okay with trying it. Those are two different things. When we're talking about addressing different aspects of transit. When you're talking about expanding routes, you also need increased ridership. So there's different ways to affect that. We closed routes because we didn't have drivers. Those are not, reducing fare is not trying to address those things. It can have effects on those things, but there are many things which I think you got into by, if you did the research when you looked at it before, they're just different approaches to solving different problems with our public transit system. So this would be looking at a specific fix for a specific thing. And what I hear you say you want to look at in committee is expanding people who aren't doing it. And the best way to do that would just be to make it simple and make it free. But if the majority is to keep it, that's fine. And then because I'm not there and I can't talk to my buddy, Mr. Bryson, I wanted to tell Mr. Bryson, you told me that in your experience in the private sector, that when you give things away for free, that's how you get people to come in, and it's a good thing. So I was just gonna review with that, and I'll leave it to the body.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes Candies. Before we get to a motion or so it sounds like we're kind of in agreement on where this is headed. I do want to speak to it. I'm also on the Public Works Committee. I don't recall there being any consternation when this came to us almost exactly 6 months ago, and then it never came back. So I picked it up to bring it here. It's fine if we were I think that this assembly really loves to means test things to death. And when we do that, we add a lot of administrative burden, and it probably ends up costing more money than if we didn't do that. So I will make those arguments when it comes back to us. It sounds like there's kind of consensus, so I'll just go to Ms. Gladys for a motion.
So thank you, Madam Chair. I would move that we keep this in committee, either Public Works, Finance, or COW, and have the chairs confer with Ms. Kester, depending on what the issues are, go one of those places.
Okay. Any objection to that motion? Ms. Hughes Candies.
No need to speak to it. I just did.
Okay. Ms. Spiegel.
Thank you, Chair Trim. On the motion to keep the fare-free transit topic in committee in either Public Works and Facilities Committee, Finance, or the Committee of the Whole for continued discussion. Assemblymember Gladys. Yes. Assemblymember Hughes Candies.
No.
Assemblymember Wachlaw Gadak.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
Assemblymember Bryson.
Yes.
Assemblymember Wall.
Yes.
Assemblymember Smith. Yes. Mayor Weldon. I'm sorry, Mayor Weldon, we did not hear you. We
No.
cannot hear
Still
you.
no luck.
No, 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 no.
Thank you. Chair Trim,
No.
motion passes 6 days, 3 nays.
Okay. We will move right along to parental leave, Mr. Rogers.
Okay. Paid parental leave is on our schedule next. There's a memo in the packet from Mr. Hargrave. I think Dallas, if you want to join us at the table, that would be good. I'll just set this up by saying staff, including myself and all the horsemen I can rally, have had a healthy debate about how to cost out parental leave. It's complicated. I think on further analysis after Mr. Hargrave wrote this memo, we have come more to a consensus that this estimate of cost is too high. I think that the thing that I would encourage the Assembly Finance Committee to do tonight is decide if you think that parental leave is a good idea, it described in the way that it's being advanced by staff. And if you do, I think you should entertain a budget adjustment for maybe half of what this estimate is. Let it happen for a year. Staff will bring back better information. There's a lot of complicated implications of a leave benefit like this. I think Mr. Hargrave and I have had a lot of discussion, as I have with the manager's office and others in finance today. And I do think I think we are on the same page that this estimate is too high. By how much, we don't really know. I think if the Assembly wants to advance it as a policy, we should fund it in the budget. So we're being honest about it, but I think you could fund it in the budget for probably half of this estimate. And we will bring back better numbers as we get better information once we've implemented the program. I will also note that there is an updated version of this memo in the red folder with a corrected estimate based on a policy decision, which I think Mr. Hargrave will go through. But whatever that final estimate is, I think if the Assembly wants management to implement this as a policy, I think you can comfortably implement it at, let's say, half the cost that's described in these memos.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Before we get to you, Mr. Hargrave, Mr. Watt, when we were speaking about this recently, you had a comment about the personnel rules, I guess, and what is under the purview of the manager versus the purview of the Assembly. Does this sound familiar? Okay, I'm trying to set you up to say the Assembly decides on the dollar amount and you decide on how it works.
Thank you for the cue. Yeah, I think the Assembly's question here is whether or not to appropriate budget authority. And we would implement a policy that makes the most sense. I think that's what you're looking for.
Sorry, it's very hard to hear you over here with this fan running.
How about that? How about that level? Maybe more? Okay. I think the duty of the Assembly is to make an appropriation for a specific purpose. And if the Assembly appropriates funds for new parental leave benefit, then we would implement it through the personnel rules best we're able and report back on actual costs.
Thank you. Mr. Hargrave.
Okay, through Chair Treem. I'll just quickly summarize what I wrote in the memo. This is a benefit that came forward because I would say probably because it's been in the news lately in Alaska. Municipality of Anchorage implemented a program in March. City of Soldotna implemented a paid parental leave program in March. And, you can kind of see some of the initial research around about a third of employers offer a paid parental leave program in the United States. Most countries, mandate it by law, not mandated in the United States. I kind of broke down the benefits into like recruitment and retention of employees. There's kind of an equity and social justice component in that You know, whether regardless of your socioeconomic status, if you're an employee, you're able to take this leave. Also that generally mothers are more likely to use this leave or more likely to stay employed in the workforce. And then finally, further, CBJ is a leading municipal employer in Alaska. Not as many municipal employers in Alaska have a paid parental leave benefit program. I will say that in doing the research, and one of the links I provided shows how major municipalities across the United States have implemented paid parental leave programs, and there's no standard way to do it. Whether it's how many weeks you offer or how you offer the weeks, or whether you allow two parents or one parent if they're both employees, whether it's a full value or a partial value. You know, there's just it's across the board in how it's implemented. So we wanted to put forward a proposal that we thought was kind of a reasonable place to start. And so the basic kind of components of this proposal would be to establish a paid parental leave amount of 6 weeks based on a qualifying event, to allow the value of the leave to be the employee's regular rate of pay, to specify that you can take those 6 weeks of paid leave in conjunction with kind of FMLA or AFLA leave entitlements. That's the law. That if two parents are employed by the CBJ, the primary caregiver shall be able to have the leave benefit. That was the change from the first memo to this memo. And that you know, there's no cash value but for the entitlement to take the leave. Mr. Rogers commented about how we costed it out, but I did kind of put some assumptions in there about kind of how we got to these numbers, and I agree it's probably an overestimate, but we didn't want to underestimate the costs. And that's the program as we're kind of presenting it with further guidance and fiscal authority. We'd move forward and implement the program.
Thank you, Mr. Hargrave. I've got Ms. Hale and then Mayor Weldon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to ask a question and then I have a couple of comments. So there's no page on the memo, but in the new packet, there's a page that has some numbers. Oh, page 3 of 3 of the memo. And the total estimated annual cost to implement the program is $341,000. So Mr. Rogers, are you saying that you think the Assembly could budget $170,000 in this budget cycle and that would do what you're trying to do?
Assemblymember, I think that's a totally fine place to start. The one of the underlying math complications is whether or not we think that there is a cost simply for the earned leave itself versus the cost of replacing the employee. We've had a lot of academic debate about that today. I think if you did exactly what you suggested, which is authorize an increase to the budget of $170,000 with direction of the manager that is to implement a parental leave program, we would do that. We would bring back better information over time about the cost we actually experience. We would true that number up over time. I can't think of a better way to do it. I do think staff have come to the conclusion that the $340,000 estimate is too high, maybe by as much as twice. I certainly think that the risk is low across a very large organization. $170,000 appropriation would give us clear direction to implement a program and true up that cost over time.
Follow-up. Thank you. I have a couple follow-ups. So the second is, and it relates to your question of Mr. Manager, Madam Chair. Mr. Manager, if we did not appropriate this in this budget cycle, with the authority that you have to do what you do with the personnel rules, would you be able to implement this? And so I guess that's the first question. Then the second question is, if you got ready to implement this, could you come back for a further appropriation of that 170,000?
Thank you, Chair. I think the answer is without an appropriation, no. I mean, I think it's before the body to decide whether to appropriate. And we would develop a policy and we'd bring that back to you as well to make sure that the policy we develop squares up with the way you're thinking about how the program should work. One
last comment. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Manager. I appreciate this. I am concerned that this is the first time that we've seen it, even though we've heard about this. We've had no chance to think about this, no chance to ask questions. And this is the first time we've seen it. I am 100% supportive of this, but doing it this late in the game after some really exhausting finance committee meetings, which we don't want more of, I really don't think that's a good idea. We're 40 minutes into this meeting and I changed my ticket to be here at great personal cost. And 40 minutes into the meeting, we're still dealing with two things that are brand new to the finance committee and brand new to the assembly as a body. So I don't think it's a good idea right now. I know we don't want to delay things. I think we could pick it right back up and appropriate that money later if we want to.
Mayor Weldon.
Madam Chair, my two questions, well, actually, I'll put them into one question. Mr. Hargrave alluded to it. What happens if there are two CBJ employees and do both of them get the benefit? And then my other question would be, what happens if you take advantage of this and then decide not to come back to work? Are you going to have to pay it back? Those are my two questions.
Those are financial related questions, so I will allow them, but generally since the assembly is not the body with the control over how this would be implemented, let's try to stick to money. But Mr. Hargrave.
Through the chair, I could barely hear the question with the fan right there, but I think the question is, what happens if a CBJ employee uses the paid parental leave and then leaves employment?
That was, yeah, that was one of the questions. And then the other question is, what if both parents are CBJ employees?
So the way we've suggested that we implement the policy was if there were two parents that were CBJ employees, the primary caregiver as designated by that family would get the leave benefit. So not both parents. And then I think that we would want to look at what the rules in place for FEMLA and AFLA. You do have to come back to employment for a certain period of time in order to use FEMLA, AFLA, and look and see whether that would be appropriate. You don't want somebody leaving right after they take this leave benefit.
Thank you, Mr. Hargrave. Did Mayor Weldon drop off or? Okay, yeah.
Mayor Walden is no longer with us.
Okay. I bet
That's not.
yeah, it said she got kicked off. So, okay, I'm sure she'll come back. Mr. Bryson.
Madam Chair, thank you. And I think Ms. Hale nailed it. I'm very supportive of this, but I have like operational questions and what does this include? And, you know, we're talking about childbirth, but also in part of this Alaska family leave, it doesn't necessarily have to be childbirth. Is that part of the policy discussion? Is there any way that we could, I move that we send this to Human Resources to get some of these details? Ask for unanimous consent, please.
Mr. Bryson, I just want to check because this isn't something that the assembly does. It's the manager. So what is the appropriate path here?
Thank you. I think actually moving to human resources is good. So technically, I think I gave you a wrong answer earlier. An amendment to the personnel rules requires an assembly resolution. So we would actually need the resolution and the budget increment. So they would go hand in hand.
Okay. Ms. Hughes-Gandies.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Manager, I guess I'm just looking for clarification on what you're saying. You're now saying the prime time is not tonight, but rather a resolution and an ordinance appropriating funds then? Is that what you just said?
To clarify, the assembly could appropriate as part of the budget process, but it would also need a resolution to make the change in the personnel rules. So you could split your actions, do one as part of the budget process, and then implement the policy through the Human Resources Committee, or you could forward the whole issue to Human Resources. Either way would work, but you need both actions of the body.
Okay, thanks. So that's like other things we've seen, like when we just did the the dependent care, we had to make a switch or similar to those.
Final
Or-
bonus.
Yes, sort of.
Excellent.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Madam Chair, I don't know if there are other questions, but if there are not, and if Mr. Bryson's motion is on the floor, I'm going to maintain my objection.
Okay.
If it's right, I can speak to it or not.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I will keep this brief. I am sure you guys are thinking, wow, she went away and zooming in and she's ready to act on a whole bunch of everything tonight, because it seems like perhaps I am in the minority here and being comfortable moving forward with some things. I feel comfortable doing this now because I think right now we are doing our budget, and I understand that this is something that looks new, but earlier in this process, and just as a matter of course, as we're making financial decisions, you know, we look at all those decisions, how they are in context to one another. And, you know, it's that larger context that then gives us context for what the mill rate should be. And so without getting overly wordy about this, I just feel like there have been numerous initiatives. There's actions that the assembly wants to take, and we are no different than any other employer in running into the fact that, like, it is a hard labor market right now. So I think whatever, aside from the fact that this aligns with my own personal values, but I think what we can be doing to make ourselves more attractive as an employer is a good idea right now. And knowing that we don't get to make the ultimate, you know, getting in too far into the weeds on this topic, I feel comfortable when I'm looking at this just from a dollars and cents perspective of saying, if this, with this understanding at squishy math, this is the right amount of squishy math for you to go forward and come back, and then we'll do a resolution later. I'm comfortable with that. And I think sometimes as assembly, we talk about things too much, and I understand that's equally directed at myself. That's not directed at anybody, but this just seems like a good idea to me. I feel like I've had my questions answered when I asked them of staff earlier today. I feel like I have enough explanation or enough information here to make a decision. I had a Chamber of Commerce meeting earlier this afternoon and talked about some of those employers that are also doing this, because again, trying to be attractive as an employer. So I'm comfortable acting tonight, so I will maintain my objection.
Thank you, Ms. Tuskanies. I have Ms. Gladaszewski, Mayor Weldon, and then Ms. Wall.
So thank you, Madam Chair. I had my hand up before the motion was made, but won't ask my question. I will support the motion because I have questions, and this appears from the memo came from assembly members who think it's a good idea. And we obviously all have opinions on whether it's a good idea. Management has not come to say that they think this specifically will help. So I just have questions. For example, we have a very generous leave policy. And so how does that compare with another community who did this? Did they do this because their leave policy wasn't adequate? Ours is pretty good. People get a lot of leave and can accrue leave. So anyway, all those are questions, and I support it going somewhere. And if it will go to human resources, that's good for me. I want to make sure this solves a problem. And right now, as we have limited time, I'm not sure that it does. So thank you.
Mayor Weldon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Apologize, I got kicked off Zoom. So could we just repeat the motion? I'm pretty sure I can guess what the motion was, but can we have the motion repeated?
Yes, of course. Mr. Bryson moved to send it to the HRC committee.
Okay, then when my hand's still up, I would object also for many of the reasons Ms. Hughes-Candies did. I think we will see this again at the assembly level, and it's not for a huge amount of money, and we can ask questions of staff tonight, and they can bring it to the full assembly.
Ms. Wall, okay, yep, there's your hand again, Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just gonna make similar points to Mayor Weldon and Ms. Hughes Candy, so I will be quiet.
Okay. We have a motion and objection, Ms. Spiegel.
Thank you, Chair Train. On the motion to send the parental leave discussion to the Human Resources Committee, Assemblymember Bryson,
Yes.
Assemblymember Hughes Candies,
No.
Assemblymember Smith,
Yes.
Assemblymember Gladysevsky,
Yes.
Assemblymember Hale,
Yes.
Assemblymember Wachlaw Gooddock.
No.
Mayor Weldon,
No,
Assemblymember Wall,
No.
Chair Train.
No,
Motion fails, 4 ayes, 5 nays.
Can I ask some more questions then?
yep, Mr. Smith.
Thanks, Mr. Hargrave, since I guess we're, okay, I guess we're going for it. Mr. Hargrave, where did this idea come from? What was the derived need? You know, was this what was the data that drove the decision to offer this?
Sure, I'll speak about what I know about at my level. I know that we've got a recruitment and retention kind of work group at the management level with the city and borough of Juneau. This is one of the ideas that was on the table that we've been considering. It wasn't something we had moved forward to the assembly with the initial group, such as the sign-on bonuses, the 457 plant deferred comp matches, the dependent care assistance. However, I think in March, when the other municipalities in Alaska, I had said the municipality of Anchorage and the city of Soldotna were hitting the news around their implementation of a paid parental leave policy. I had emails coming in from at least one assembly member, with others, kind of CC'd saying, hey, look at this news article, look at what another employer is doing, just kind of an awareness. And I think that awareness created other situations where just looking at whether we should add it to kind of our list of recruitment and retention items. It does align with the presentation that Dan Robinson did with from the Department of Labor and Workforce Development around kind of the workforce demographics and kind of who you need to kind of cater to in your workforce. And that's a little bit about where it's coming from. I do think that if you go back to the recommended action, that there will be other program specific assembly approval that would happen, and that this is really just moving forward with the program at the funding level.
Mr. Smith, I'll also add to that. This and the fare free transit are things that I recall being talked about at the retreat. And when I asked about the appropriate vehicle to have those discussions, I was told they'd be budget decisions. Ms. Hale.
I think Mr. Smith had some follow-up. So I'll follow him.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Do you know how those other communities in Alaska that have what their leave policy is, kind of following up on Ms. Gladysevsky's question?
Through the chair. Yes, I just, in general, Anchorage did a 4-week benefit and Soldotna did a 6-week benefit.
And sorry, I should have been more clear, more on, how quickly their staff accrue leave. Anyway, how that, how per pay period or what, or however much leave they accrue. Do you know what that is for those communities?
I know what's available in the public packets for those entities. At the municipality of Anchorage, there was a policy that was presented, withdrawn during COVID, and then came back in March. I don't know how staff implemented the policy.
Maybe you answer, or maybe we just don't know, but sorry, just I'm gonna say it one more time. Do we know how many, I mean, do we know how their hours of accrual compare
Sorry.
per employee, you know, for standard employees with certain
The
years
chair.
of service? Sorry
Sorry,
about
I
that.
didn't understand.
No,
the
that,
question.
my
I
bad.
don't know the answer to that,
Okay.
but I could find that when we put together the proposed program in the personnel rules.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your concern that these hadn't been addressed during the leading up to the budget cycle, but I'm looking at the schedules for the Assembly Finance Committee. I'm looking at May 3rd schedule. There's nothing about these on the May 3rd schedule. And then, of course, on the schedule in today's packet, they're on the agenda. And these are both interesting ideas. I am, and parental leave, I am 100% in support of that, but I am very uncomfortable with it. It really feels almost like a hostile action by the chair to force these through the committee at this late date. And we work well together, and I'm actually quite baffled that this happened. So I'm not happy.
Mayor Weldon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to get us out of here. So I'll make a motion if you're ready.
Go ahead.
I would move that we direct staff to develop proposed changes to the CBJ personnel rules to implement a paid parental leave benefit as presented. Keeping in mind, we still had questions, and give it a funding of $170,000 from general funds.
Is there any objection to that motion? Okay. Ms. Spiegel. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I didn't see your hand.
I mean, I'm generally in support of the idea. I share some frustration that we are essentially hearing this once, saying you spend $170,000. I mean, later tonight, we are going to argue forever on $15,000, $45,000, whatever. And it's important amounts of funding to the people that have requested it from us. I guess I would like a little more time to ask more questions and do this. I was not expecting that, here we go tonight, one meeting. We had multiple meetings on the other recruitment and retention policies. Again, I think in general, I support it. Not thrilled with the process, but that's what I have to say. Thanks.
Ms. Spiegel.
Thank you, Chair Treem. On the motion to direct staff to develop proposed changes to the CBJ personnel rules to implement a paid parental leave benefit as prevented, funded at $170,000 from general funds. Mayor Weldon.
Yes.
Assemblymember Gladysevsky.
No.
Assemblymember Wachal Gadak.
Yes.
Assemblymember Smith.
No.
Assemblymember Hughes Scandies.
Yes.
Assemblymember Wall.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hale.
No.
Assemblymember Bryson.
No.
Chair Treem.
Yes.
Motion passes 5 ayes, 4 nays.
5.
Take a 5-minute break. Okay, we're back. I'm going to keep the 5-minute breaks to 5 minutes since we have a long agenda. Next on the agenda, Bartlett Regional Hospital FY24 budget amendment, different than the first time we saw them in this process. Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Treem. I think if folks from the hospital want to come forward to the table, I'll just set this up a little bit by saying it feels like the Assembly has already expressed its support kind of in principle for the hospital, assuming the operations of Wildflower Court. The decision in front of you tonight is only about authorizing them, the FY24 budget authority from hospital funds and Wildflower Court revenue in order to actually implement that change as of the 1st of July. There's no implication on general funds. So that's the Assembly's decision is really limited to saying yes to the hospital. You may go forth, spend your own money and spend Wildflower Court revenues on this endeavor.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Mr. Muse.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll start with where we are at in the transition process for Wildflower Court. On March 31st, we signed a transition agreement with them, and starting April 1st, we installed an administrator over Wildflower Court who oversees the day-to-day operations. And what that transition agreement and the administration of Wildflower Court allows us to do is our due diligence. So we've had about a month now, a little over a month, in which we've seen their day-to-day operations. We've worked with their team to look at things from a legal nature, a risk nature, and we haven't seen anything thus far that would give us pause to seeing this transaction through. To that end, we've set a goal date of July 1st to have the transaction happen. Now, the transaction is going to take the form because of a 501c3 cannot merge or be acquired with a government entity. What's going to happen is essentially Wildflower Court will cease to exist. They'll dispose of all their assets and liabilities and their physical location, and then Bartlett will assume the operations of that facility as well as taking on the assets and liabilities that we can. So starting July 1st, what we're asking for in this ordinance are two separate things that are combined here. One is for expenditure authority to operate the facility for 12 months. The expenditure authority is going to be about $10.5 million in expenses, and that's $6.9 million for personnel services and $3.6 million for commodities and services. Now, we also expect, being conservative, that we'll collect $9.6 million in revenues from operating the facility. So that would, from year one operating the facility, conservatively, we're estimating a $900,000 draw on fund balance. And that really is kind of in the first half of the year that we'd expect that. And this is all based on their current financial statements, their income statements that we've seen very recently. And then obviously, as we gain control and we're able to employ individuals and get Wildflower Court opened up and see some of the efficiencies from operating the facility, we expect that loss to dwindle and be sustainable moving forward. So that's the first part of the ask. The second part of the ask is some of the liabilities at Wildflower Court are not able to transfer over to Bartlett. So that's going to be your revenue bonds that they've issued. They have about $1 million outstanding of that. There's a $450,000 PTO liability. When those employees terminate, we may have to fund that portion of the liability. And then there's also $170,000 for unfunded 401k liability. And again, that plan can't transfer over to Bartlett, so we'd have to extinguish those liabilities. Together, the expenditure authority is $12.12 million that we're asking for to operate the facility and extinguish the liabilities. And again, we expect to collect $9.6 million in revenues over the 12 months of operating the facility. So then a draw on fund balance for year one to do those things is going to be about $2.5 million.
Mr. Solomon Gross, did you want to add anything?
Here for eye candy.
Okay.
Excellent.
We appreciate that. Thank you. Questions for Mr. Muse? Ms. Gladchevsky.
Just to clarify, you mean Bartlett fund balance, the 2.5?
Yes,
That's what I
yes,
thought.
correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thanks.
Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did anything surprise you when you got an administrator over there, or was everything in appropriate order? Was there anything that stood out after getting your hands on the actual books?
Thank you. Through the chair, I wouldn't say surprised us. I think it reaffirmed things that we already suspected. They're having a very difficult time competing for labor in this market, both with all the other healthcare entities in Juneau, including Bartlett. Some of their wages aren't competitive. They're having trouble hiring. They have about 10 travel staff in, both CNAs and nurses. So their cost structure is really high because of that. Some of their CNAs with overtime, they're paying $150 an hour. So we certainly see some efficiencies and some ability there to lower their cost structure and hopefully get individuals in there through some of the programs that we frankly have, educational programs at Bartlett where we can train CNAs, and hopefully through those things we can fully staff Wildflower Court, which will enable them to open up another wing of their facility and get more residents in there. So yeah, I think we were reaffirmed in seeing what was happening. Yeah.
Mayor Weldon.
I have a motion if there's no more questions.
Are there more questions? Okay, go ahead, Mayor Weldon.
I move we make an amendment to Bartlett's FY24 budget to enable the hospital to complete the acquisition of the Wildflower Court skilled nursing facility. All out of their budget.
Mr. Rogers and Ms. Spiegel, does that motion, is that sufficient for you guys?
Chair Treem, I think with that motion, we would use the numbers that are in Mr. Muse's memo and move forward with an amendment in the spirit of the mayor's motion. Yes.
Thank you. Any objection to that motion? Seeing none, that has passed. Thank you both for being here tonight. Okay. Next topic is the FY24 Youth Activity Grant Funding. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Chair Dream. I believe that staff in the past have been advised to leave off the youth activity grants from the Assembly calendar. However, the Assembly's own resolution requires us to put it back in front of the Assembly Finance Committee every year. So we did not invite Mr. Rutecki tonight to present the youth activity grants to you. There is a memo in the packet from him through me. I think all we're looking for is a motion to approve or adopt the youth activity grants as proposed by the Youth Activities Board.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Bilal Gadak, you have a question. First, we'll do that before the motion.
No question.
The only question I had is the Juneau Nordic Ski Club, because I know that they're also asking for additional funds. Is this is separate from the funds that they're asking for?
Yes, Assembly Member with Balgadak, that is correct. This would be separate from the funds that the Juneau Nordic Ski Club has asked for separately for a capital investment or equipment investment.
Ms. Ladashevsky.
I would move the youth activity grants as proposed by the Youth Activity Board.
Any objection to that motion? Seeing none, that has passed. Okay. That brings us to Assembly grants and community requests. Mr. Rogers, anything we need to know before we get started?
Just real quickly, for the first four of these organizations, I believe that all four of them have representatives here in the room who will present to you. For the fifth one of these, for AEYC, Mr. Barr is going to take that item on behalf of Ms. Scheibler with an update about the plan generally for supporting childcare. So that's the only helpful there.
Excellent, thank you. So we will start with Sealaska Heritage Institute. I'll let you guys make your way up to the table. And last week we gave everybody 10 minutes for the presentation. So to be fair, we'll do that again this week. But then of course, Assembly members will have the chance to ask questions afterwards. Chair. Ms. Hale.
Thank you. Will we be waiting to vote on all of these or will we be voting as we go?
I was wondering about that. Ms. Glaszewski.
I just assumed after everybody was done, we'd just go down the list. One
time.
Yeah, one time.
Presentations.
That's
Yeah.
that's what I would.
Is the Assembly okay with that? Ms. Hughes Candies.
Yeah, I think I'm fine with that. My understanding was to get through all the presentations before we started working our way down the list. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah, of course. We'll all get Doc.
Yeah, because I sit on the Board of Trustees for Sea Alaska Heritage Institute, I'm going to be recusing myself from this discussion.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah,
To be clear, you want us to wait to ask questions so they can have their own 10 minutes and we don't bother them?
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, okay. Yeah, no, thank you. That was good to point out. Okay, now we're ready. Thank you, Mr. Kettinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Assembly members, for allowing us to present here tonight. Our presentation will be brief. So my name is Lee Kettinger. I'm the Chief Operating Officer with Sea Alaska Heritage. And with me here in the room, I have Rebecca Souza, who's our Director of our STEAM programs, as well as several other staff, David Russell Jensen, who's our Development Officer, and I think a couple other staff here. So thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. The new Fab Lab. We move to the second slide. There. The new Fab Lab is an exciting step towards SHI's overall vision. So Sea Alaska Heritage mission is to perpetuate and enhance Tlingit, Haida, Tsimshian cultures. Our goal is to promote cultural diversity and cross-cultural understanding through public policy, services, and events. Indigenous cultures, values, and knowledge will be integrated into public policy, into institutions, and into programming serving Alaska Natives to sustain the cultural vitality in the current and future generations. Next slide. What we tried to highlight on this slide is what our partnership with the City and Borough of Juneau has meant to our community. As we all know, the City and Borough of Juneau has supported the Walter Soboleff Building back in 2013, and then more recently, the Arts Campus. Those strategic investments in Sea Alaska Heritage capital facilities now yield just in the AY 2022 and 2023 academic year over $2.4 million into the Juneau School District, funding 13 full-time educator positions. And I've outlined the various programmatic areas that we support across all age groups. We have Baby Raven Reads, which focuses on kindergarten readiness. We have Raven Writes, focusing on writing improvements in our grade schools, where we have multiple writing coaches and writing specialists hired that are placed in the schools in its culturally relevant writing curriculum. We have the TCLL program, Voices on the Land, Box of Treasures, which is our middle school and high school STEM programming. And then in addition to what we provide to the Juneau School District, we serve 2,125 students in the Juneau School District. In addition to that, Sea Alaska Heritage Institute also supports the University of Alaska Southeast significantly each year with over $1 million in funding for various staff supports as well as scholarships. So that initial investment by the City and Borough of Juneau is paying off significantly in prior years, today, and in future years. Next slide. SHI's next endeavor is to expand our educational programs further through a Fab Lab. SHI will convert the first floor and basement of the Municipal Way building into a Fab Lab with 3D printers, vinyl cutters, laser cutters, a digital media lab, and a traditional foods lab. Fab Lab will be accessible to the entire community and to youth through in-school field trips, after-school programming, weekend workshops, summer classes, and school-based field trips. Exterior renovations will further enhance the facility, and the facade will reflect Juneau as a Northwest Coast arts capital. And the renovations will be compatible with our the Heritage Square, as well as improved comfortability for the City and Borough of Juneau tenants on the second and third floor. Next slide. Our STEM opportunities are tremendous. 24% of the US workforce are employed in the STEM field in 2021. 0.4% of degrees in the STEM field that were issued were to Alaska Native individuals or American Indian individuals. So what this demonstrates is there is a significant underrepresentation of Alaska Natives in the STEM field. This Fab Lab will help address that issue. Further, the Fab Lab will expand SHI's STEM internship opportunities, which is a big component of our workforce development programs. SHI currently has approximately 20 internship opportunities placed throughout Southeast Alaska. We work with local businesses and we provide that internship opportunity to high school seniors to get a taste of what their careers, what they would like to do with their futures. We have individuals placed with ALP that are out doing avalanche control, getting to ride in helicopters, and now making decisions to go on and pursue glaciology degree in the University of Colorado. We also have internships at Search in the health field, internships at UAS and through Juneau Public Libraries. This also aligns with the City and Borough of Juneau's Juneau Economic Development Plan. All of our programs are aligned with Alaska Cultural Standards, the Next Generation Science Standards, Alaska State Math Standards, and Alaska State Art Standards. Next slide. What we've included here in the packet is just an overall programmatic plan. And as I mentioned earlier, we have kind of 4 large programmatic areas. And if I could have my colleague Becca here speak to the programmatic areas.
Yeah, thanks. Like Lee said, my name is Rebecca Souza. I'm one of the STEAM program managers for Sea Alaska Heritage. I'm also a 17-year resident of Juneau and a parent of a kindergartner in the school district. So I just want to start by saying thanks to all of you. I'm really excited to share. The drawing you see here is a programmatic plan. So this was pulled together with our collaborators from MIT Edgerton Center, from the Cook Inlet Tribal Councilors Fab Lab in Anchorage. Really trying to focus on what issues are of most interest and priority for Juneau schools and for Juneau residents. We heard loud and clear that food sovereignty, food sustainability is of key interest. And so that traditional foods lab that you see in the upper left will be a key element of our program, again, for school programming and for community programming and availability. The other space you'll see is kind of an open creative space. That's where our young entrepreneurs are going to have at it. I've got samples up here if anybody wants something to actually touch and play with, but you can see learning from the bentwood box, learning strength from a traditional tanab, but done in a modern way with resin and a laser cutter. We have kids doing computer programming with weaving designs inspired by designs in nature and spending time outside. So this space, like Lee said, is really meant to be a bridge from things happening in the classroom, where we'll have support and equipment in place, to things happening in business, where we'll have interns actually out, to things happening outside where people are foraging, looking at food sources, understanding our environment, but then coming back into a place to kind of bring that together and have a home base, a bridge that we can provide for community and school activities. In the back, you can see there's a digital media lab. We've got a lot of interest in doing augmented reality work, and we need a really great place to record what we would need to do that. And then the fabrication room, like we said, this is an early programmatic idea, so some of that might move down into the basement depending on noise levels, but the idea to really prototype things with some heavier equipment is in there as well.
Next slide.
I think this slide just puts some words to the image that you saw in the last one. But again, this idea of really providing wraparound students services. So in school, teachers being able to come out, providing professional development workshops for teachers that are bringing things back into the classroom, giving our staff a place to go and be prepared to offer the support they need to, and then direct student and community engagement in workshops, summer programs, large community events like what we saw at the Curiosity Unleashed event at the elementary school. It was at Thunder Mountain, but for elementary schools, allowing SHI and some of the other Native organizations in town to take a larger role in planning those.
Next slide. SHI has already secured initial investments in this project and is seeking support from the City and Borough of Juneau of $500,000. As partners, we have developed a very powerful model whereby other funders want to invest in our projects because of the demonstrated local support, which highlights the importance of the project in our community. While one can look at this as purely just an expense, I urge each of you to see this as a crucial one-time investment whereby SHI then goes out and continues to raise the programmatic needs, the programmatic funds to fund our needs to operate STEM programs for our children into the future. We all know that COVID has taken a significant toll on our youth and on our educational system. The Fab Lab is our opportunity to make a strategic investment now that will ensure that our children have the opportunity to regain academically what COVID has taken away. Madam Chair, that concludes our presentation. There's one more slide, but it just says, let's build together. So
Thank you, Mr. Kadinger. Questions on the presentation on the project? Mr. Bryson and then Mayor Weldon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had two separate questions. The first one was, how does the $2.4 million in the Juneau School District budget, how does that impact their budget, or where is that reflected? Is that 2.4 million in addition to the $96 million budget that we approved for them? How does the $2.4 million make its way into the school district?
We'll see if Mr. Rogers has an answer to that.
Chair Dream, I have no answer to that at all, and I don't believe we have anybody with the school district with us tonight.
All right, I'll ask it at another time. Okay, so then my next question is, I'm just going to throw out the elephant in the room. You bought this building that the city rents. We're having part of the city functions move out. You now want the city to fund the renovation of the building. What is the intention? How long would the rest of the city offices be able to be there? Have you guys considered, if Juneau is forking over a whole bunch of money for this, and knowing that the end game is to not have the city in that building, could we pay could we trade this out for rent or future rents, or do some level of trade so that we're not paying to renovate a building that we're then going to be asked to leave? How can we handle that in a palatable way? Thank you for allowing me to ask that very direct question.
Sure, thank you. Through the chair. So it is SHI's intent to continue a 5-year lease with the City and Borough of Juneau. We just received a draft of that lease from Dan Bleerdorn last Friday. So that is our intent, is to continue to have the City and Borough of Juneau remain on the second and third floors. While there is a small amount of space on the first floor, I can assure you that we've been working collaboratively with the City and Borough of Juneau on this. No city staff will leave the Municipal Way building. The few staff that are on the ground floor are relocating to the second and third floors and improving the efficiency of the use of the space on the second and third floors. And in actuality, it's going to create a $300,000 cost savings to the City and Borough of Juneau by not renting the first floor space, but rather consolidating offices onto the second and third floor.
Mayor Weldon.
Chair, and thank you for your presentation tonight. And I truly appreciate Mr. Kadinger coming to my office this week and clearing up several of my questions, because I knew that they weren't kicking his employees out. So I appreciate that. My question is, you already have 1.3 million and we're close to the summer. So I'm wondering, how much do you think will get done this summer and how much will get moved to next year? Possibly looking at trying to split our grant maybe. That's what I'm looking for.
Were you able to understand that?
Bits and pieces, so I'll do my best to respond. So yes, SHI does need to start this project quickly. As Madam Mayor mentioned, one of the funds that we received, approximately 1.3 million, does need to be expended before the end of the year. So before December 31st. So right now we are putting this project out to an RFP for a design build and look to dive into this as quickly as possible to be able to utilize those funds that are time limited.
Did that answer your question, Mayor Weldon?
Not quite. My question was, is there enough work to do 1.3 more than $1.3 million this year, or is this going to lead into next year's construction project? So that's what I'm looking at, is if we could possibly split our 500,000 or whatever we give between 2 years. So I'm just wondering if that 1.3 will take care of their needs, or most of their needs this year.
Sure, thank you. And point of clarification, is it the year that would end June 30th of 2024, or is it through December 31st, 2023?
I think Mayor Weldon is asking how you would feel about splitting a grant between fiscal year 24, which ends 24, because it's 24, June 30th, 2024, and then the following fiscal year, which would start on July 1st.
Our hope would be to be completed with the project before July 1, 2024. The Arts Campus, to provide some perspective, was done in 16 months. And that was delayed for some other reasons, but would have been quicker. So we feel fairly confident.
Okay, Ms. Hale and then Ms. Glaszewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, you won't be digging for this project. No digging. Thank you very much for your presentation and for the information, and thanks to everybody who's here. I really appreciate seeing you all. Mr. Kattinger, as you are probably aware, we have a really big stack of requests, and it's pretty significant dollar amounts that we're looking at this year as we're looking at our budget and the community requests. So if CBJ were to give, let's just say 250,000 rather than 500,000, how would that impact the project, and would you be able to work with that amount?
Sure, thank you. Through the chair. So I guess the best answer I can provide to that is we don't know right now where those other $250,000 in funds would come from. We absolutely would try, be thankful for any contribution that the city would provide, and we would work our best to try to find that gap. I can't tell you right now that we know where that is, but we would do our best to try to locate that. What I can tell you is, as I mentioned earlier, through the city's consolidation of those offices over the next 5 years of the lease, the city is going to save $300,000. So in reality, one could look at this as a $200 expense for a $500,000 contribution through the cost savings and the reduced lease rates.
Thank you. That's creative. I appreciate that.
Ms. Glaszewski.
Thank you. This is, thank you for explaining this project. It's really fantastic. I just wanted to talk about the Juneau School District thing just briefly. Do these positions go, do you just fund them, or does the money go, do you give it to the school district, or what? You have a little asterisk that says Voices residencies are not JSD employees, so the others are, and then you give them cash? Is that
correct?
So they are JSD employees and you give them cash?
Correct.
Okay, great.
Correct. The 13 that were highlighted are employees of the district. The STEM teachers are funding that we provide to the district. And so when we write our grants, we develop them in a way that says we're going to add 2 teachers to the TCL and 1 administrator to the TCL program. We get a budget from the school district and we allocate funds more or less to the high side, conservatively speaking, because we don't know who's going to be in that teaching role. And so we have those funds available. The Voices on the Land is where we're hiring people, sending them into the school. The only difference, and it's not even marked on there, but in the TCL program, we hire elders to go into the schools to be there in the classrooms. That's an expense that we incur. So of note that the 13 teachers are funds that goes directly to the district.
June, what does TCL stand for?
Oh, Tlingit Culture, Language and Literacy
Got it.
Program.
Thank you. I knew it was something. Thank you.
Okay, any more questions on the project? Thank you both and your other staff for being here tonight. We really appreciate it. And next up is Downtown Business Association, so we'll shuffle in and out. Okay, whenever you're ready.
Hello, I am Venetia Bingham. I am the president of the Downtown Business Association. And this is Nimi Phillips. She is the vice president of the Downtown Business Association. We also have more of our board and other DBA members in the audience. So we want to say thank you for allowing us to speak this evening and present on our request for funding. Here we can go to the second slide. So there is a great variety on our board. Many of our board members not only own businesses, but they are in many different facets of our community, especially the downtown community, as you can see there. Next slide. So we have a framework and an approach that we use with Downtown Business Association, DBA is what we call that. And the framework is based off of a United States wide framework called Main Street. And what that framework does is allows us to use their approach to put forth the best way to help promote downtown and also make downtown a priority for us who are businesses down there and the community. So as you can see, it says design, promotion, economic vitality, and organization. That's how we work our committees for our board. We're really, what's one of our main things is very important to us is that we have a safe and creative place for people to come downtown that is attractive and it improves access to, from, and within our downtown. And then we want to make downtown a family-friendly destination year-round. So next slide. Downtown is one of the largest, our members are, we have 125 members, and it's one of the largest employers in the city is our downtown employers. We have membership support. As you can see there, we currently have 125 paid business members, and that's increasing all the time. We're trying to recover from our pandemic time when we lost and it was hard for all the local employers. We have created a great decal for people to use and show that they are proud members of DBA, which are being put up all over town. We do have other accomplishments such as our happy hour networking resources. And we've also encouraged public forum opportunities for the downtown businesses to be able to come and speak on community issues, municipal issues. And we have worked very hard to increase marketing and exposure for downtown. And that includes not only the businesses, but we are for the whole downtown community. We're not just for our members. We have been a partner with the city and the assembly since 2016 to help create and do things that maybe the city alone couldn't do. So we are a partner to help create, invite all of the issues that you see up there, all the things that we're doing, the marketing, exposure, inviting the community to enjoy their downtown. It's not just the events that you see there. We are also really big on making downtown community a very viable, economically viable place to be, including safety. We recently just finished our lighting project, which we did downtown, which is important to everyone because when you're lighting up downtown, there's less crime, more light. It's a safer place for people to be, not only for our businesses, but our whole community. And as you can see, we do gallery walk, which is very popular, and we have a variety of other events that we do, but we're not just event driven. Next slide. Let's see here. So some of our accomplishments, of course, that we have worked, some accomplishments that we've done with our previous funding is we advocate, of course, for the safe and accessible downtown. We worked on not only the lighting project, but we also have other aspects of our association that helps keep downtown safe. We have an ambassador program that we use, and we use it in the summer, not only to help direct people to the downtown and guide people to where to go, but also it keeps an eye on what's going on downtown and anything that's maybe not correct or is safe, that they keep an eye on that. And they also bring that forward. We have continued to have consistent advertising and marketing for all of our downtown businesses. So we work very hard with our members and the downtown whole community to make sure that everything that's going on down here is made aware all throughout the town. We all know that there's a disconnect sometimes between downtown and the rest of Juneau. And we work really hard to make that feel more comfortable for people to come downtown, not only with our events, but again, with our safety and putting forth that we are an association that helps brighten up what we do. We are continuing developing events to generate excitement to visit downtown. Of course, Gallery Walk is very popular, but we also do all the first Fridays. We do a brunch punch card promotion. We just recently did the downtown cleanup with Litter Free, which was a really popular and great event. We gave out coffee cards and it was nice to see people come out, not only, of course, from our members, but all of our community to help keep it clean and looking great for all of our visitors. We have a downtown map that's a big part of what we do that our ambassadors pass out. Their goal is to pass out 6,000 a week to our local visitors, both from the ships and our travel who come in on their own independence, and help people, guide them to all over downtown, not just the immediate streets downtown, but all over our area and district. Next slide. As you said, it's not a very big presentation, but I'd also like you to know that we are part of that economic engine that the city we have partnered with for a while to make for many hands makes for light work. So we have partnered since 2016 with the city to continue to make downtown a viable, great place for everyone to come to and for a safe place for everyone to come to. And we want to continue that partnership with the city to help alleviate the work that has to be done. And we have guided and directed people within our association whose main objective is to do just that.
Thank you. Questions? Okay, let's see. Ms. Glaszewski, Ms. Hale, Wilalkidak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming and for all you do for downtown. I was just looking at your budget. So you say you're asking for 75. So we 90 already is in the manager's budget. You're asking for 75 more than the 90, right?
The 90 just does the ambassador program for the whole summer. Those are all of our ambassadors that pays for their time, energy, everything that we do with that. Any of their uniforms that they use, that is just for the ambassador program. And that's it. The 75,000 that we're asking for helps with staffing and make all those other projects come through, the lighting project, anything that we've done, the gallery walk.
Let me fit, my understanding the last couple of years, we gave you extra money for Main Street USA, and it was supposed to be temporarily, I think it was 75. I'm not sure the exact number, but it was for Main Street USA. And is that still a thing? Or
Main Street USA is the frame. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And according to your budget, 72% of it is for contractual and consulting. It's 175,000. Is that the ambassador program?
No, the ambassador program is the 90,000 that we have, and I'm relatively new to the president position. So, and I know that the 75,000 pays for staff. The Main Street is the framework. Main Street doesn't cost us anything. It's the framework that we're using as association that they've used throughout the country that has best practices to use to make downtown viable.
So just from your budget, your whole budget is 240, no. Yeah, it's like 240,000 and 72% of it is for this contractual and consulting. So I'm just trying to understand what that is. That's all.
That is for, I have that right here. 1 second. The funding pays for our programming, including all of our staff, and our staff includes our downtown director function, but also our accounting and administrative support, membership, maps, sales, etc.
Okay, thanks. It looks like maps are 20,000, printing, it says 20,000. I assume
Mhm.
that's maps. Okay, thanks. Just trying to understand. Thank you.
Ms. Hale. And then-
I just have some questions about the ambassador program. How long has that program existed? And does that program have anything to do with the cruise ship industry or commercial passenger fees, anything like that?
No, it does not, that I'm aware of. Lisa
Miss-
probably can talk better to it, but we also, it does not that I'm aware of. The $90,000 that we use it's from beginning of season. We start our bachelors about 2 weeks ago and it goes to the end of tourist season. So it's the first week of October. And we have 7 ambassadors right now I'm pretty aware of, and we have another one coming on. And our goal is 10, and they go out every day, 7 days a week, and pass out the maps. And they have jackets that say that they're ambassadors, and it says so that people don't feel like they're being approached to buy something. It's they're well.
How many years has this
I
program
wanna
been
say
in
it's
place?
4 years since we've done the ambassador program.
And I'll go to Mr. Rogers, who is nodding his head vigorously.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Treem. So we just for clarification, last year and in the several years previous, we have issued 2 grants to DBA. One of those grants was for 75,000. This is a little confusing. One of those grants was for 75,000 from marine passenger fees as part of the manager's passenger fee recommendation for the downtown ambassador program. The other $75,000 was directly to DBA for DBA operations in keeping with the Main Street America program. In the current year, the manager's passenger fee program recommends $90,000 as an increase from 75 only for the downtown ambassador program from marine passenger fees, and the manager's budget per previous assembly direction does not include any recurring operating funding for DPA for the Main Street program. So that's what DBA is here asking for tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. And a follow on, because we don't have a year by year analysis, Mr. Rogers. So we know that there was 75,000 and we believe that was for Main Street. But we don't know. So I guess I'm just trying to understand over those 4 years, for example, over the last 4 years, is that 75,000 reasonable this year? Because we know that there were costs incurred specifically to get certified for Main Street USA. So, I'm just trying to see how reasonable that 75,000 is relative to the past. Thank you.
You want to speak to that? I can. So we are, like a lot of other associations, are coming out of the pandemic era of all the things that happened with our local businesses. We are striving each day to get a larger membership, getting all of our members back. We have done, last year was a limping through kind of year for us as the association, but we have gained strength in that. Again, we have up to 125 members and our goal is 170, and we're moving towards that. It's a slow process, but we are hoping that with the 75,000 and that what we've been using it for, from what I know, has been those programming staff and our accounting functions, events, that when we use that again, it'll be exactly what it's going to go for. And hopefully we'll be up to 170 members by the end of the year.
Also for the activities and gallery walk and Fresh Fridays and all the events that we, as a downtown business association put on to bring in the crowd into downtown to benefit all of us businesses. So that's part of it too.
Okay, I've got Walal Kadak and then Ms. Wall and Mayor Weldon.
Okay, I've got a couple questions that are related. I think they're related anyways. You wrote on one of your slides, you said be more involved in the planning activities like Ock Village District and the blueprint for downtown. What does that mean exactly?
So again, I'm sorry, I'm new. The blueprint is something that's new for us. I don't know if Lisa knows more about that than I do. I know it was a program that the city and us have worked together in previous years to, from what I know, to help establish safety concerns, events, and better business area downtown.
Go ahead.
Madam Chairman, for the record, my name is Lisa Parody. I'm a board member for the DBA and I don't know the blueprint.
And Ock Village.
And I'm sorry.
The Ock Village District.
Okay, I am not able to speak to the Ock Village district, but the blueprint specifically articulates areas that the city would be working with the DBA to meet the goals of the city's planning. So I think we wanted just to highlight that we are a partner. We're integrated into some of your existing planning, and we're asking for operations costs to continue to do the work we've been doing.
Yeah, this question might be for Ms. Lane or Mr. Watt. Just curious on holistic, all of our granting programs, do we have underlying policies, or is there something written into these agreements and these partnerships that prevents entities or kind of limits the amount of lobbying with our dollars that folks do? Just curious about how that relationship works out.
You do any lobbying?
I think this, Chair Dream, I think this might have gotten kicked to me. There is no provision, I don't believe, in any of our grant agreements. We sign memorandums of agreement with grantees that prevents lobbying. There's no underlying staff policy about grants that are authorized directly by the assembly. The grants are authorized by you. In most cases, the scope of those grants we develop from the context of your conversation. For example, longtime granting agreement with Travel Juneau, a committee of people worked on that an assembly committee, people worked on that a number of years ago to improve that. Otherwise, we generally put together an MOA that says the assembly is granting you a specific amount of money to do a certain scope, but no, there's no terms and conditions that prevent lobbying.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rogers. Part of the reason I asked that is because this assembly made it very clear that when it came to our bond package, we didn't want to spend public dollars, you know, advertising for the thing that we needed as an assembly that we were asking the public for. And so it seems like this is a similar situation that I see applies to how we also spend dollars that may be going out to our partners.
Madam Chair, if I may, I don't know that the lobbying question is in regard to the DBA specifically, but for the record, we do not do any lobbying as part of the DBA.
Nope, and we're not politically active. And we also feel like if we're asking for money, we don't do any of the political things that go with that. That's not DBA's focus. Our focus is for the greater good of the downtown community and its business members, but the whole community as a whole.
We've got Ms. Wall, if you still had your hand up. Okay, Mayor Baldwin.
Thank you, representatives from Downtown Business Association. Sorry, I have weird internet tonight, as most people, and I thought I heard you say that your maps cost about $20,000. And if that's the case, how come you're not using Travel Juneau's maps, as we're already paying for those maps?
We have created a map. I think our map has been in existence now about 8 years. And it's a map of all of downtown and all the downtown businesses, and also, of course, our members. So it's a different map per se. Theirs is a little wider. Ours is just the downtown area.
Madam Chair, if I can add, and thank you for that excellent question. It is one of the hottest tickets. It flies out. We've had to, the map is used by tourists, it's used by locals, and we've had to increase our run each year because we've had such demand for just understanding where things are located in the downtown area.
Thank you for allowing us to be.
Thank you so much for your time and your consideration.
How are we feeling? Move forward. Ms. Hughes Candies.
Oh, so sorry, they're getting away. I just have one quick question to clarify the cost of membership fees.
Okay. They haven't completely escaped yet, so go ahead.
Okay, if they could just verify for me the membership fee and then just let me know if that's changed or if that's been the same for the last several years.
It has changed, and I know there's a tier. Lisa, do you know the exact price? Is it 130? 120 for members, and was there a tiered? Yeah, it's a tiered cost. So is it 100 then 120? I'd have to look back at it.
Okay.
We will definitely get that for you.
That's helpful. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Okay.
Madam Chair, can I add one thing? Thank you. This is Lisa for the record. And I think what we are trying to do, as you heard, is rebuild our membership base to where it was before. And our focus has not been on raising dues, but rather serving our members as they try to get back on their feet. So we will provide you that scale tomorrow. Thanks.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Okay, so we're good to keep pushing through. Okay. So next up, we have the Arts and Humanities Council, and we'll do our flip-flop here. Oh. I love this. It's great. Oh. Okay, I gotta get to the right place.
Hi, thank you guys for having us. For the record, my name's Phil Hibshin. I'm the new executive director of the JAC. I'm joined by Reggie Schaap, the operations manager. Did I get your title right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people have been calling me the new Nancy, so feel free to roll with that. So we're here to go over our submission of our funding request to the city for $202,000, which is a $17,000 and some change increase from what was received last year, just for reference. Next slide, please. So the majority of the funds in this request will be provided for the re-granting program, which creates continued reliable support for some of Juneau's largest cultural and arts organizations. With the inflated cost of event production services, equipment, basically everything since the onset of the pandemic, increased funding for these orgs is needed very, very highly right now. Last year, the organizations who received funds through our granting program were able to leverage their allocation of the $180,000 into a combined $19.5 million in non-local revenue alone. So the annual request represents significant economic value to Juneau. And also it's worth noting that these figures are reported directly from organizations that have submitted their grant applications to us. To give you a little bit more insight into this revenue, of the nearly 20 million, 7 million went directly to local payroll, and they provided employment to over 200 full-time and part-time staff. So funding these organizations through our granting again represents a lot of crucial employment to many Juneau citizens, and a lot of the organizations would not be able to maintain operations without the financial assistance they received through this money. The grant requests we've received this year total just over $250,000. We understand budgeting constraints. We're no stranger to that. So our request is coming in under that, but disbursement of the grants will be competitive this time around. I also really want to note that the 202,000 represents only a very minor increase in operational funding allocated to the JAC. It really just accounts for a minor inflation increase. We are committed to having the majority of the increase go directly to artists and organizations. Next slide, please. I wanted to include this one just to give you a picture of some of the organizations who have submitted requests this year. I know we're pressed for time and it's been a while already, so I'm gonna compile it in really quick. Just to touch on a few: Perseverance, with the funding they've received in the past, they've been able to strategize and bring more Indigenous-led productions to their stage. These efforts have brought new national funding opportunities for them and has really increased their audiences to new scales that they haven't really dealt with before. So it's really cool for them. See Alaska, who spoke earlier, they celebrated the opening of the arts campus, so much importance to the Indigenous communities and Juneau as a whole. They also just recently launched I'm probably butchering this, apologies, Kutea Adai, the Totem Pole Trail, just very recently. So they've been doing a lot of cool work with the money they've gotten through this program too. KTOO, they've engaged in a lot of efforts to strengthen partnerships with the Tlingit population of Southeast Alaska. They've also been able to provide Tlingit language lessons to all of their staff, and I believe that program is now in the 3rd semester. They've also just been doing a great job of bringing more Indigenous voices and storytellers on air, so it's really cool for them too. Next slide, please. So where is the JAC in all of this? As mentioned, this request includes only a minor increase to the JAC's funding, and we're committed to having most of the money go straight to support local artistic endeavors and talents. Going on with us though, this year we're excited to continue planning Ak Rock, the Indigenous Music Festival, Wearable Arts, First Fridays, and more of our regular events, which all represent positive economic impact to our city. With the much needed overhaul of Centennial Ballroom, which is currently underway, we aim to provide a state-of-the-art venue space to many of our partner organizations and for our individual clients and private renters in the community. The administrative operations as the formal arts agency of the city will be higher than they've ever been with the return of one of Juneau's largest venues. We're already pretty healthily lined up through the next year once it reopens in September. So there's going to be a lot going on, a lot of demand for running everything. I don't know how to say that. Additionally, with new staffing, we're entering months of planning and strategizing for season 50. We're eyeing ways to involve and engage the public of Juneau more than we ever have before, not only in the events we provide to the community, but in very purposefully listening to community need in order to inform our actions as we move into the future. We plan to honor our 50th anniversary by recognizing Juneau's artists and activists this summer with the Catherine Colkhurst Ruddy Awards. We're planning to increase the number of public events we produce for the community in order to provide new constructive modes of engagement that we maybe haven't done before. And we will be taking time to evaluate our values, actions, and efforts to provide equitable opportunities and access for the arts for everyone in our city. There is one point that I forgot to make earlier. A lot of these organizations that apply for these grants have very pointed efforts in youth arts education. And with the school district cutting arts and music in particular recently, funding and empowering as many community programs as we can will really serve to help maintain the arts education pipeline in our city. This ensures that the arts, which I really see as a uniquely Southeast Alaskan economic resource in a lot of ways, remains healthy and intact for future generations as we try to set them up for success in their education efforts. I think that's everything I had, so thank you for your time and happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Okay. You must have done a really good job.
Wonderful. Thank you all. And was I correct in hearing that you will be voting on all of these at the close of this agenda item?
It is basically after this agenda item, correct?
And I will be sticking to
Okay,
it. Thank you.
yeah. Thank you. Okay, next, last one. E is a short update from Mr. Barr, so just one more presentation. Okay. We'll power on through one more presentation from the rock dump, so take your time getting ready. That's an evergreen.
Madam Chair, Madam Mayor, Assembly members, good evening. And thank you for the opportunity to present Juneau Climbing and Recreation's funding request. My name is Demian Shane. I am currently serving as the board president of this organization, and seated with me is Bob LaFavor. He's also a board member. We are volunteers and new to this process. Our organization operates the Rock Dump, which is Juneau's indoor climbing gym. And I moved to Juneau in 2003, shortly after the Rock Dump had been built. I stayed here because Juneau is a magical place. Juneau has world-class recreational opportunities and an exceptionally close-knit community. Rock climbing serves both. Tonight, I will present to the Assembly the reasons we think you should support our request, and then I'll elaborate on the nature of that request itself because it has changed since we sent our letter of April 25th. Over the next 1 or 2 years, our goal is to design, locate, and begin building a new rock climbing facility. We do not own our current facility. We rent it from the Alaska Coach Company. And it's not well located. It stands on the town's periphery out Thane Road. While the gym's user base has grown over the last several years, that growth can go farther and faster with a better location. And I want to point out that climbing is an ascendant sport. It's becoming more and more mainstream. It's now an Olympic sport. It's featured in blockbuster movies. Its top athletes have become celebrities, and indoor climbing gyms are popping up in every town throughout the United States, especially those towns that are oriented towards outdoor recreation. And rock climbing is growing here in Juneau. Over the last several years, our membership has doubled, and we're now averaging around 15,000 visits per year. Juneau is a mountain town. It's full of rock climbers. It's full of outdoor climbing. We are held back with a mediocre climbing gym. With a better location and a stronger facility, we could both support our existing users and probably double our numbers within 3 years. However, as all of you know too well, the cost of property and the cost to build in Juneau range somewhere from high to I can't believe that building costs that much. Okay, so let me describe our funding request. We're presently seeking funding from the Assembly in the amount of $50,000. With those funds, we would engage a local engineering and architectural firm to start planning, prepare conceptual designs, and analyze potential locations for the facility. We would hold community engagement sessions to make sure our vision is consistent with our stakeholders' vision, and we estimate that this process would take about 4 to 5 months. As that progresses, we will seek an additional $450,000 to fully fund design, development, and leverage that amount with potential grantors and other fundraising, ultimately aiming to purchase land and construct a facility in the second half of 2025. We've been laying this groundwork for the process for the last 5 years. And I think it's worth emphasizing that we do not need any help with our operational costs. Our membership is robust and loyal. Our day users are growing and steady. And we have special programming and events that bring in additional revenue, all of which means, again, we are completely able to cover all operational costs. And the Rock Dump has been operating for 20 years. We have shown growth, particularly in the last 5 to 7. However, like many recreational resources in this town, we need external support to buy our own facility. I am encouraged by the fact that CBJ supports almost all of the recreational opportunities in Juneau, from Eagle Crest, swimming pools, outdoor ball sports, tennis, indoor soccer, disc golf, pickleball, Nordic skiing, and the shooting range. A new rock gym, for example, will cost the same as astroturfing a single baseball softball field, but we expect would receive far more use 7 days a week and nearly every day for the year. If you spend a few days at the rock dump, you'll observe that it provides a community within a community. We have climbers of all ages, from those who are just learning to walk to those who are over 70. Our biggest user group are young adults, those who are about 18 to 35. The rock dump is an inclusive recreational outlet with a very laid back atmosphere, and that resonates well with this group. So in short, the rock dump is one of Juneau's treasured recreational assets with significant potential. And with the city's help for a new facility, we expect to see growth on our base, engagement by a broader segment of our population, greater programming, and a continued sense of community that the users of the gym foster and embrace. I'm now going to just run through the slides, which are there to give you more, the same details I just went over, but give you some pictures and highlight it. It's for your reference mostly. Ms. Spiegel, please go to the next slide. So there's a picture of the inside. There are the statistics I went through. 15,000 visits per year is worth highlighting. We provide some information on some of the studies that have demonstrated what rock climbing, indoor climbing specifically, can do, promoting strength and wellness. Speakly, go to the next slide. And here's some information on US climbing trends throughout the United States. It is growing rapidly. There's information on small towns that have had great revenue created. There have been studies showing it's in the millions in some places. Go to the next slide. Some information on the health benefits of climbing. And these pictures are all from Juneau. Next slide, please. I mentioned that we've been studying this process for about 5 years. So we're all volunteers, and we've done our best to work with friends and our own board members to come up with some ideas. We've engaged architectural firms and real estate agents to come up with rough ideas as to what it would cost. So this was our initial effort internally to look at what it would take. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned, what the next steps will be, here it is in bulleted form for your reference. I believe that is the end. Oh, there we have a review of our ask, which I laid out as 50,000 at present.
Okay. Are there questions from the committee? Ms. Hale first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have you, it's a bit of a relief to know that it's 50,000 rather than 500,000, the ask. But have you considered partnering like with one of the private clubs or a school or anything like that? I mean, is that under consideration?
So over the last 5 years, we've explored a lot of those options, and they're still being explored, and we're still open to them. One of the obstacles, we did talk to the school districts, for example. Well, let me step back. When the facility was privately run and owned, it was there, the person lived there with his family. When he left, he sold it to Alaska Coach, and it was about to be torn down. The climbing aspect of it. So we negotiated a lease to temporarily do that. During that transition, we explored everything of how to keep it going before we knew if we could negotiate that lease. And one of them was talking to the school district. And once we had the lease, we continued that conversation. But our biggest obstacle with bringing classes there has been our location. That finding the transportation was a big hurdle. Now, my kids are going there with their small class because it can be done on a very small scale. And we support homeschool students. They can get PE credit by using our facility. That is a current program that has some potential to expand. And partnerships are certainly welcome. We've talked to cruise ships. We've had at times, mostly it's the staff on cruise ships have come and used it to climb and get recreation, but it's,
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Shane, for being here. You kind of hit at my first question, which was I was going to ask if it had been when this was initially built. It was, as I remembered it, it was built as a private business or something. So I'm just kind of curious if the economics of rock climbing gyms have changed since then, or like why maybe hasn't someone built a private gym or something?
I'm certainly not the expert on this topic, but when it was built both as the owner's residence, and he had 2 kids and his wife. Eventually, I think he started out with just his wife and a climbing gym. And then to your second point, yes, the indoor nature of our gym is probably very rudimentary. Whereas when we looked at building contemporary rock gyms, I think the cost of this wall structures was around $1 million for the inside to replicate kind of what we have. And I don't think that that's what it cost to build what we currently had based on what he did.
Thank you for that. I guess the other question I was just going to ask was just, have you engaged with Foraker or other kind of nonprofit development organizations, or anyway, just kind of curious what work you've put in there?
We have met with the Juneau Community Foundation, and we have through Ms. Skilbred met with Foraker, and we have sort of laid some groundwork to start reaching out to Rasmussen and just one other outfit, that's a Canadian outfit that does support some of the work that Rasmussen's doing. I just can't remember the name off the top of my head.
Ms. Gladys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions were asked. What have you done for fundraising? And you're asking only 50, not 500, just to clarify. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have two questions, and my first one is, so you have done fundraising. How much cash do you have on hand towards this project?
Approximately $75,000.
Okay, and then my second question is, as you listed the Parks and Rec activities that are well liked in Juneau, you listed, you had a complete list of city-owned facilities or recreation activities. All those things are owned by the city. If you're needing a building that exceeds the sustainable cash flow of that, have we had the initial conversation? Should Juneau maybe have a climbing gym if it's not sustainable in the private sector? We subsidize our swimming pools. We subsidize our track. We subsidize the ski facility. That might be a question that we have to ask in deciding if we're going to give them money to start going down that road, or is this something that the city should be taking on? Because that's a big chunk of building. All right, thank you for your time.
Mayor Weldon.
Sorry, my question is similar along the other lines. You talked about all kinds of different places you're looking for grants, partnerships.
Mayor Weldon, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We're having a hard time hearing you. Could you start over?
I said he's talked a lot about community or grants and partnerships, but what community fundraising has he done?
Thank you. That was much better.
We do a couple of things. Every year we put on an annual event that is both sort of a film festival, as well as we get donations, and that raises small sums. And that is what we've used to build up over the years, partially in part the 75,000. And then we are a nonprofit, so we have had individual grantors give us money annually.
Okay, well, I'll get duck.
Yeah, you mentioned some of your partners and just curious about that, but also wanted to know, this seems like 50,000 is just kind of a baseline, and I know that you have potential expansion for other grants out there, but is there a potential that you may be coming back next year to ask for additional amounts?
Yes, there is that potential. That was part of, we view this as a two-step thing. And I think if granted, we would have a definitive product and clear proposal based on our research using the architectural and engineering firm.
Any more questions from the committee? Okay, no, thank you. Oh, Ms. Candies.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just one quick one. I appreciate people have asked you numerous times about what else you've looked at for fundraising. So thanks for offering that. And it got, if you already just said this one and it got lost, I apologize, but I just wanted to make sure you are also looking at the Department of Agriculture Community Facilities grants.
I'm not sure if we've looked at that specific grant.
Okay. That can be a good one for like a real capital expense like this, but maybe I'll send you some info.
Okay, Miss Hughes Candies is the one to ask about that. Okay, I think that's it for questions. Thank you.
Thank
both
you.
very much. And we'll just go straight to Mr. Barr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on the AEYC request, I had a good conversation with Ms. Scheibler today. We actually talk quite frequently. And we have two large outstanding state grants that we are waiting on information from. One of those would fund the Parents as Teachers program. It is the same state grant that has funded the program this year. It's changed quite a bit. The Department of Health has asked Ms. Scheibler to propose a true cost of care model, and the details of the grant are quite different. We are as confident as you can be with these sorts of things that some amount of funding will come through both in that grant and another state grant that we are waiting on. I at least believe that the best course of action on this particular action is to come back to the Finance Committee or the Committee of the Whole in either late June or probably more likely in July after we know the outcome of both of those grants, and give you a holistic perspective on all things childcare. It is possible, if those grants don't come through in the magnitude which we expect them, that there would be a request for a supplemental at that time. But I just don't have enough information until we get that additional information.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. Ms. Glaszewski.
I'm just trying to be clear, what is this request? There's nothing on the pending list. There's nothing in the
Oh.
packet. I don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry, there was an email request from Ms. Scheibler that came in not wanting to misplace it, put it as a placeholder, knowing that Mr. Barr would have this update for us.
So there's nothing to add to this list.
Correct.
Okay. I love that. Thank you.
Okay, we'll do a 7-minute break. Okay, we are back. The next item on our agenda, the updated sales tax forecast, we will not be getting tonight. Staff did not get that. It was not, those sales tax numbers were not ready yet, so we'll get that next week. I'm looking at Mr. Rogers for a head nod, or Ms. Spiegel. Okay.
Madam Chair, can he just give us a hint?
I don't know that he can, but we can ask.
Thank you, Chair Treem. I did look at some numbers today, and there were technical and timing issues, some mechanical issues, and I just don't have confidence. I don't want to give you bad information. I will bring you better information hopefully next week.
I know, it's such a tease. Okay, that brings us to the pending list, and that starts on packet page. Give me a minute. 76. Thank you, Mr. Bryson. And 77 if you're online. So I'm actually going to start with Ms. Wall. If she's there. Give her a chance to come back. Maybe she's not there. Okay, we'll move on. Mayor Weldon, could you kick us off, but start with number 3?
Yes, I certainly can. And then if you don't mind, and for the sake of expediency, if it would be helpful for me to keep going down the list, that'd be fine. I do have several amendments, but I'm sure others do too, but it just might be easier.
You're going to have to speak into your laptop again, I'm afraid.
All right, is this better?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay, it's number 3 is going to be interesting. I have talked to the city manager on this, and I move for the South on the number 3, the Southeast Alaska Independent Living for the elevator. I move we decrease deferred building maintenance of $1 million in the CIP under general sales tax improvements to $850,000 and add $150,000 to a project called Diamond Park Field House ADA improvements. And if I may speak to this, like I said, I talked to the city manager. This is where he came from. We have to design it first. And then next year, hopefully it should be in our CIP rather than take $1 million from our general fund. And I ask for unanimous consent, and I can certainly explain that, or Mr. Watt can, if you can't hear me very well.
Thank you, Mayor Weldon. Are there any questions on that motion? Okay. Any objections? Mr. Smith.
Thanks. Just for the purposes of a statement, as I've been discussing this project, one thing that's kind of come to mind, and we can maybe have a little discussion on it later too, but I just wanted to say it now, is, there's almost $2 million in some significant maintenance needs at the Diamond Park Field House. But I'll throw it out later, but that might be something we throw out as a possible bond. Again, it serves a lot of folks, youth, seniors, and if we do this ADA improvement, I think that would increase access. So just a thought, but I removed my objection.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I like how you're thinking. Any other objection to that motion? Okay, seeing none, that motion has passed. And I see that Ms. Wall is back. So Ms. Wall, we had just done number 3, but if you would like to make your motions for the hospital, we can go back to number 1 and start with you.
Great, thank you so much. I'm sorry, juggling some things over here. Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to make a motion, an amendment before we go through these line items about the hospital. I wanted to make an amendment to the original motion that was made a few weeks ago. So there was a motion made to provide $2.5 million to the hospital, and the amendment I would like to make is to change that to, instead of allocating $2.5 million, to actually offering a central treasury loan to the hospital at the same amount of $2.5 million. And if I could speak to my motion.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Ms. Wall is amending the motion and is moving to amend the previous motion, which is something that is allowable.
I'm sorry, I understood that she was moving to amend something that we already passed, is what I understood it. So the 2.5 that we've already passed, she is now wanting to amend that. She's not making amendments to number 1 and 2 that are here.
Correct. And
Haven't we already passed that though? That's why how are we amending something that we've already passed?
Have Ms. Lane on the line if we need it explained. I'm told that it's allowable. Ms. Glashevsky.
Just say that if there's votes to do it, it's allowable. We don't normally do that, obviously, because otherwise we'll be here forever going back and back and back. So I appreciate you, Mr. Bryson, but if there's votes to do it, I think we can do it.
If I could speak to my amendment.
1 second, Mayor Weldon, did you want to comment on the procedure?
If we want to make it cleaner, we could always do a motion to suspend the rules like we did before, to go back to something, but it's up to you.
I was told that we can amend a motion within this process. And I also just want to apologize. I don't like going back to something we already discussed. That was a decision we made early in the process. I did not know we were voting on it that evening, and I've had some time to think about it. So that's why I'm asking for some grace here to provide a change to the decision that was made. But Ms. Lane can correct me if I'm misinterpreting what she told me.
Ms. Wall, I also, maybe this can help part of the clarification for Assembly members. Is your motion changing the dollar amount or just the way that it is funded?
It is not changing the dollar amount, it is changing the way it is funded or the mechanism that we would be, how it would be represented in the budget.
Mr. Watt?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to let you know that Attorney Lane is advising that it can be amended with 5 votes.
With that votes. I would, I would,
Mr.
I haven't had a chance to speak to my motion yet, so.
Okay, please, yeah, go ahead.
So the reason that I'm proposing this change, so just to repeat, it would be, so right now we made a decision as a body to provide $2.5 million to the hospital. Instead of, a grant to the hospital, this would change it into a central treasury loan, which of course is something that we've discussed as a mechanism that the assembly can use to provide funding to our enterprise boards. The reason that I wanted to propose this is, I know the hospital is in a moment right now where they are seeking resources so that they can get on a path to sustainability. And I support that for them. And I'm glad they are working diligently on plans to do that. I do think it's important that we treat our enterprise boards as enterprise boards. If the hospital is going to be getting back on a path to sustainability, then I believe that they should be able to recoup their expenses on our investment. And so this would provide that after a certain amount of time, we would be able to, establish the terms within our code for this loan, but that would be paid back to the central treasury.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. Ms. Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the motion, Ms. Wall. I think this is a question for Ms. Wall. Have you had an opportunity to discuss this with anyone at the hospital or anybody on the hospital board? And the reason I ask is that it was my understanding that the 5 million that they were requesting was to sort of make up for some losses that had occurred, and they needed to do that in order to move forward so that they've got better bonding capacity or a rating or I can't remember exactly the words. So that's my question.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Hale. I appreciate that question. I have not talked to anyone on the hospital board, and I didn't do that lightly. I don't like making big motions without speaking to those most impacted. The reason that I did not is that I felt like, the assembly has already provided them a motion for $2.5 million. And so I was imagining that they would much prefer to have that money not in loan form. And so maybe I should have given them a heads up that I was going to make this motion, but I, did imagine that they wouldn't be supportive because when you have money for free or money for a loan, you're probably going to go for that first option. My understanding, Ms. Hale, of what you just said, though, would be this money could be used for that exact same purpose as the hospital was hoping it would be used for.
Thank you. And at some point, we definitely have people from the hospital, both staff and board members here. So perhaps we might be able to ask them that question if a loan would do the same thing that a grant would do.
Ms. Hale, that actually brings something up I want to touch on want to make sure that the committee has consensus. The people who presented last week were not told to come back. So and this is maybe somewhat different, but I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. This is somewhat different because it's a hospital, it's an enterprise board. But in terms of asking questions of people that we have heard presentations from, in the interest of fairness, I was going to suggest not doing that as we move down the list, just because some people who were here last week are not all here. And I want to make sure the committee is on the same page. So what does the committee feel on that of
I
Ms.
just,
Glaszewski.
thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted, I was speaking in support of discussing it. So I don't know if we've even decided that. So I would, if we need a motion to suspend the rules or whatever, did you want that?
Sorry, I somewhat changed the subject, but I did it because I want to make sure we clarify before we go too much further on the community. Maybe we just talk about it in the context of community requests of some of those people are not here. So in the interest of fairness, since we've had presentations and questions, not ask more when we get to them is my proposal. And I just want to make sure that the committee is all on the same page on that. Ms. Hale.
Thank you. If that's the way that we're going, I will not vote to consider this amendment simply because we decided it and the whole hospital has made their budget with that decision in place. And then if we didn't give them even a chance to talk at our enterprise board, even a chance to talk about it. So that's what.
So we could limit that to the community requests. Does that sound acceptable and fair to the committee, that kind of no more questions? Ms. Glaszewski.
I do totally support the no more questions, but since this is a backsies, this may be a special thing. So I would, if someone wants to ask the hospital something, I would support that.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page. We're all good with that. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I interrupted somebody. I can't remember who it was. I apologize. I don't think we need to. Mr. Bryson.
I think that we should take a vote on that because we just had a vote on a different topic, lost. I did a motion of reconsideration. We brought it back in the procedural. To me, it feels like we're doing the same thing. We had a vote. We moved that money. We're done. We need to take a vote on if we're going to allow this course of action or not. Thank you.
Okay.
Point of
Let's
order.
Let Ms. Candies.
We can debate the merits of the amendment, Mr. Bryson, and I'm fine with that. And I agree the amendment to the already passed motion will have to stand on its merits. But we've been advised by our city attorney, so unless you're raising a point of order with the chair, we understand, we've been told, yes, this is an order. So I think now debate should be limited to, is this amendment a good one or not? But I don't think we need to keep debating about procedure because we've gotten the thumbs up. It's okay procedurally.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes-Candies. I am inclined to agree with Ms. Hughes-Candies, and the difference being that if Ms. Wall's motion fails, nothing changes. So it wouldn't undo the motion that was made previously. Okay, so are there questions? We just talked about possibly asking questions of the hospital board. Now might be the time. Mr. Smith.
Could we hear from from members of the hospital on the impacts of a loan versus a grant or whatever it's called? Thanks.
Mr. Muse, are you still here? Whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you through the chair. I got to spend the last hour outside, so I'm ready for this. So I would have to go back and look at the structural loan. I know that in the code, there's some length of time, maybe 5 years that you have to pay it back. Certainly if that's the case, it increases our debt payments to somewhere around $3.5 million. Our rate covenants would require us to clear about $4.2 million, not to default on those rate covenants on our revenue bonds. So certainly there's an impact there. I will say a loan is better. I mean, it's not nothing, right? We're certainly appreciative of any help we can get from the assembly. It's not quite what a grant would do. It would impact our debt a little bit. Is that helpful?
Ms. Gladstevsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I presume, I don't know what the city code is about loans. We could make a favorable loan. Is it true 5 years is a thing, or could we say whatever is good for them, or how does that work?
Mr. Rogers.
Chair Treem, the Central Treasury Loan Code is fairly straightforward. It only allows a loan for 5 years from the central Treasury out to any fund. And it requires the finance director to set an interest rate over that period of time, but we could structure the payments, however, was preferable to the hospital. So for example, it wouldn't necessarily have to be paid back $1 million a year. It could be paid back as a balloon, which would be fine. We could structure it anyway. Procedurally, what we would do if the assembly had consensus or was to take action tonight to have a $2.5 million loan instead of a general fund transfer effectively, we would simply withdraw it from the budget altogether. We would prepare an ordinance for the Central Treasury loan, and it would come forward to you as an ordinance authorizing the Central Treasury loan. We process as a transaction that way. So converting it to a loan would remove it from the budget sort of process, and we would move it as an independent ordinance.
Ms. Hale.
I have a question for the maker of the motion. Ms. Wall, did you vote for or against this that transfer of money? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Hale. I voted against, not because I didn't think it was a good ask, but because I was surprised by the process and wanted to consider it at a later in the budget after we had seen all the other requests that had come to us.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Wall. I am very concerned that somebody who voted against that transfer of money is now using this highly unusual mechanism to find another way of funding that. Not casting aspersions on Ms. Wall at all, but boy, things could get messy if we started doing this.
Ms. Hughes-Candies.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add, for the purposes of conversation, or it's like further color for that, for this process, that I voted for the 2.5 million, and that it felt early in the process to me. And I was somebody who said, I'm gonna argue for this, and Mr. Bryson was actually who helped me out, because I was like, but I also hear the people who want to wait and see it at the end, but I'm, more convinced. And so just to give you that for context, because it was one of those votes for me that after the fact where I was like, oh, like, we're making, like, that was like a lot of money, like right at the beginning, like shoot, like, kind of, even though that I had did not feel lack of compellment for the case. But you like you said, you're not casting aspersions, but I was coming to the same sort of like, oh, maybe I should ask, what are some weird mechanisms we could do, mostly to do with Bartlett being an enterprise, and just thinking this is kind of not great precedent, but weird times, etc. But I was just adding that for your color, Ms. Gale.
Mayor Weldon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will speak for the motion. 2.5, while I was trying to be supportive of the hospital, 2.5 million is a huge hit out of our general fund, especially looking down this list and seeing another big ticket item that we will likely vote for. So that would probably give us somewhere around the $4 million, which would be a hit, huge hit on our general fund, bringing us down to about 6 million. So I applaud Ms. Wall for some creative thinking on this. I'm sure the hospital is not totally wild about it, but they do get their at least 2.5 million.
Ms. Gladstevsky.
I would support the motion. There's a lot of asks, and if we can give a loan, that would I'm afraid we're about to spend a lot of money tonight.
Okay, there's a motion and there's objection, Ms. Beagle.
On the motion to amend the original $2.5 million funding allocation to the hospital to take the form of a central treasury loan, Assemblymember Wall,
Yes.
Assemblymember Smith,
No.
Mayor Weldon,
Yes.
Assemblymember Hughes Candies,
Yes.
Assemblymember Gladysevsky,
Yes.
Assemblymember Bryson,
No.
Assemblymember Hale,
No.
Assemblymember Wachlaw Gooddock,
Yes.
Chair Trim.
Yes.
Motion passes 6 ayes, 3 nays.
Okay, Mayor Weldon.
Thank you. Madam Chair, so I'll just start at number 1 then. I would
Go for it.
move $518,000 for the hospital GF support for operations. And if I will speak against the motion. This is a reoccurring cost. It's from the liquor tax, I believe, and that liquor tax was moved to the fire department for the MIH program and the CARES, I think it's called. And if folks recall, when we moved the care system to the CCFR, the hospital had grossly underestimated the cost of that program. So I think this helps that program. And that's why I'm not for this.
Ms. Gladysevsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just, I would speak also against this motion. And I just want to say this once because I would want to say this 10 times as we go through here. Every time we add any money to this budget, it directly impacts his property taxes. We have a lot of pressure. People are feeling the heat. It's expensive to live in this town. So anything we add is going to add to that burden. So I will be very judicious in voting for anything tonight. If it's about housing, if it's about decreasing costs for people in housing, or if it's just a small amount to help out an organization that needs an extra, we gave ourselves a thing for inflation. So just FYI, just in general, so I don't have to say this 10 times, but I'll be against this motion. Thank you.
Ms. Hale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a question for Mr. Rogers. I believe even though this initially was stated it's coming from the tax, it's actually GF. But my question for both this item number 1 and item number 2, item number 1 is listed as a recurring cost, and that will impact taxpayers. Item number 2 is listed as a one-time cost. And are the one-time costs actually intended to come from fund balance this year? So that is a difference. And is it true that it's GF and not that other source?
So Chair Treem, yes, and I think this is probably a good moment for me just to introduce how we're going to work through this list and how we look at the other document here in terms of how we're just trying to help you make sense of this much activity. On this list, in every case where it has been our understanding that the request was for recurring funding, I have put recurring in that column. The Assembly is not obligated to do that. You can take any recurring request and say it's one time. But for the purpose of keeping track of things, we have said this is a recurring request from the hospital. Our understanding is that the remaining portion of the other $2.5 million is not, that's a one-time request. So that we've done that consistently. In this case, you could choose for this $518,000 to come from any non-general fund source. In this case, if you used tobacco tax or you lose liquor tax or you use something else, all of those fund sources are already being used to fund other general fund programs. In this particular case, it's funding the mobile integrated health program, which is a decision you made last year. So you could take from Peter to pay Paul. It doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, if you authorize the request, it will be an increase of general fund expenditures of $518,000 in one place or another.
That's perfect. That was my understanding. But all the one-time requests are not coming From our,
thank you.
yeah, right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair. So the way that we've talked about this is in terms of column H listed on the board as the mill rate equivalent. We have only calculated that for the recurring requests. It is our general logic that if you authorize a one-time request, you are making a decision to spend accumulated fund balance. If you authorize a recurring request, that has a long-term implication. It will require property or sales taxation today or in the future to continue paying for it, which is the reason we provided that calculation for you as a courtesy.
Mr. Smith.
Madam Chair, I'm going to just speak in general about the hospital support. And so, I mean, I voted against the previous one just because the hospital has obviously had a difficult time, yet they have a new leadership team. Mr. Keith started in August 2022. They've talked about lack of debt capacity, loss of fund balance. And yet I think they have a plan to right the ship. So I was wanting to give them a grant, but anyway, that vote has happened. One thing I just wanted to speak to on these is, would the chair be amenable to going down the list? And if no one moves an item, we just move on, because I wonder if there will be any items where no one makes a motion, therefore we don't need to discuss it. And we can move, just making it a positive motion to move an item. And we can go 1, 2, 3. Just a thought.
Sure, but we've tried that before and it didn't work out very well. So we will.
Really?
So if that happens, that happens, but I don't think it will happen. Okay, any more? Oh, Miss Candies.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I was just Mayor Weldon and Ms. Gladaszewski kind of already spoke to my concerns on this particular line 1, and it's recurring, but also when we took it, there was a need for what we were taking that funding for, to fund another program. And just looking down the list, I will speak on other items, but it overall adds up to a lot of fun. So I'll be a no on this first one.
Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, I am definitely supportive of providing regular support to the hospital if it's working on a project that we, as an assembly want to see the hospital do and they can't cover costs. In this case, I think that was the case at one point, and that has, that helped fund sleep off program, the CARES program. And until we can articulate what it is that we're supporting the hospital in doing, I think we should not have this as a line item in our budget, but open to that in the future if there are things that that need our support.
Public question, Madam Chair.
Okay. There is a motion and objection. Ms. Spiegel.
Thank you, Chair Treem. On the motion to approve $518,000 to support hospital operations. And our understanding is that this motion was for recurring support. Mayor Weldon.
No.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
No, no, no.
Assemblymember Gladaszewski.
No.
Assemblymember Wall.
No.
Assemblymember Bryson.
No.
Assemblymember Hale.
No.
Assemblymember Hughes Scandies.
No.
Assemblymember Smith.
No.
Assemblymember Wahal Gadak.
No.
Chair Treem.
No.
Motion fails. No A's, 9 nays.
Okay, we're gonna go to Mr. Bryson for motions because we can't hear Mayor Weldon very well. Sorry, Mayor Weldon. Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For hospital general fund support for operations, I move $1,982,000 as one-time funding, and I'm going to object for purposes of an amendment.
Go ahead.
I would like to make that dollar figure $1 million even. And I'd like to speak to that amendment. While I understand that we're trying to scrimp and pinch and purse strings are going to get tight. However, the hospital is in an environment where the private sector medical industry is greatly outpacing our hospital. We're asking them, we've agreed for them to take on Wildflower Court. Their request was to have a little bit more cash on hand to be more flexible. While we've converted the last thing into a loan, giving this $1 million of support will allow flexibility to our hospital in a very trying time for them. And I thought it was the smallest amount that would make a difference there. So that's why I changed the number to 1 million. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Mr. Smith and then Ms. Glaszewski and then Ms. Euskidis.
I was going to call the question, but if people
Um,
want to keep going, we can.
I'll just
Ms. Glaszewski.
just briefly, I'll speak just against it. When I asked the hospital, when they came before us with these things, give us your best reason why we should use our fund balance versus your fund balance. It didn't convince me. So this is, it's going to come out of somebody's fund balance, theirs, which is something like 40 million, ours, which is something like 16, I don't know, whatever it is. It didn't sway me. So thank you.
Ms. Euskidis.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I was trying to reach clarity to see if we were voting on the amendment and then the motion, or if we were voting, or just make sure I understood what I was voting on.
Right, of course. We are voting on the amendment by Mr. Bryson to change the funding, one-time funding amount to $1 million.
Okay. And then we will vote on the 1 million funding time, or no? I guess what I'm asking is this going to be a single vote if it passes, if the amendment is successful? Or does it then move on to one-time funding of $1 million? Or then we're gonna have a separate vote of, okay, now the amount is $1 million and take a vote?
That is how it's structured at the moment.
Which way? Sorry.
That we would vote on the amendment and then have go back to the motion.
Okay.
Amended or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
you guys
just
are
on the amendment.
really testing my knowledge tonight. Sorry, Ms. Euskidis, do you have follow-up?
Nope, just want to make sure I'm voting on the right thing. All right.
Okay.
Just voting on the amendment.
Mayor Walden, I saw your hand up. Did you also have a question or statement? Okay. Ms. Hale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I might be between a rock and a hard place. I would like to speak in support of one-time funding for the hospital. I felt that they presented a pretty clear case for the difficulties that they have had, for the difficulties that hospitals across the country, especially community hospitals, are experiencing coming out of COVID. I don't think they've normalized. It's my understanding they really have not normalized coming out of COVID. And I just feel like we kind of already jerked the rug out from under them with that 2.5 million. And it's not just Bartlett, it's Juneau's hospital, it's our hospital. And we have a responsibility to support the hospital. They've taken on Wildflower Court, which is incredibly important with our aging population. So I really hope that we will, I would like to vote for the full funding, but I am worried about where this vote's going to go. So I just really want to speak in favor of funding the hospital.
Thank you, Ms. Hale. Mr. Bryson.
And Ms. Hale, I am trying to offer the compromise that would allow Bartlett to get a little bit of funding. I have the same concern, is that if we try to put this 1.9 million, that it's going to be a no vote. That's why I tried to pick a number that I was going to ask my colleagues to support $1 million for Bartlett. Can we call the question, Madam Chair?
Very good question. It takes 6 votes to close debate, according to our attorney, but I think that there is no more discussion on this, so we will go to Ms. Spiegel.
Thank you, Chair Trim. Assemblymember Bryson made an original motion to move 1,982,000 as one-time funding for hospital general fund support, objected to that motion, and made an amendment to change the dollar amount from 1,982,000 to $1 million. Assemblymember Bryson,
Yes.
Mayor Weldon,
No.
Assemblymember Wathal Gadak.
No.
Assemblymember Hale,
Yes.
Assemblymember Hughes Scandies,
Yes.
Assemblymember Smith,
Yes. Yes.
Assemblymember Gladishevsky,
Yes.
Assemblymember Wall,
Yes.
Chair Trim.
Yes.
Motion passes 7 ayes, 2 nays.
Okay, that brings us back to the original motion. Any objection to that motion as amended? Ms. Gladchevsky.
I object, for the reasons I stated before.
Okay. Ms. Spiegel.
On the motion as
Madam
amended,
Chair, do you have several hands up? Are you choosing
Oh,
to shut those down?
I'm
or-
sorry. I apologize. I wasn't paying close enough attention to the screen. Ms.
Mayor
Scandies and Mayor
Okay.
Weldon. Go ahead,
And-
Ms. Scandies.
Okay, sorry, about that. I was just making sure. So, I voted for the amendment because I appreciate the compromise that Mr. Bryson was trying to strike. Really appreciate trying to pick a number that would be more palatable. Very much appreciate the arguments from my colleagues in terms of just values wise supporting our hospital. Obviously, that's of tremendous importance to the community. I went deep into time following that Bartlett board meeting where they asked for 5 million and we asked a bunch of questions and we ended up doing that split. And then following that meeting, I felt very freaked out personally. And we had a lot of the budget still to get through. And I went, bless this modern age of internet and all of our meetings being archived and super easy to find without the help of the clerks. I went back and I looked at our prior meetings with Bartlett and just dug into my notes with I had met at the hospital with some of their senior staff and Mr. Muse. And I'm going to be voting no against this tonight. Not for lack of support, but because at this point, as an enterprise, I think there are too many lack of specifics. There's a lot of talk about strategic initiatives as a path forward. And personally, I am not convinced. I am happy that we have a loan in place, which I do think will act as stabilization. And I am sure we will be in good touch with our hospital board. But my understanding is that it is an extremely dynamic situation. And when I met with them before, they said, we're going to come and we're going to ask you for 5 million of your fund balance. But then as a heads up, we're going to turn around and we want to spend hours to add more lines of service. And I agree, something like Wildflower Court for our seniors is an important thing. But I feel like the hospital is trying to do a lot of things at once right now. And for me personally, the strategic initiatives that are being discussed are not specific enough for me to be convinced that it is worthy of our fund balance. Not that it's not worthy as a cause, but that I think that requires a little bit more detail and a little bit more of a close and careful discussion and partnership that we feel good in the strategic way that the hospital is moving forward. Because there's been, prior to Mr. Keith getting here, there's been lots of tumultuous time at the hospital. And I just want to make sure that we're moving forward. And as always, with every budget cycle, that this is a big dollar ask, and we have many other big dollar asks, and that's always going to be the case. So at this point, I'm happy to provide them that 2.5 to help structure or stabilize. And I'm sure we will be in good communication. So I will be a no.
Mayor Weldon.
You really can't hear me if I don't unmute myself. I'll be brief. I object for a lot of the reasons that Ms. Hughes Candy said.
Okay, we have a motion, we have objection, Ms. Spiegel.
Thank you, Chair Treem. On the motion as amended to move $1 million as one-time funding for hospital general fund operations. I'm sorry, general operations funded by general funds. Assemblymember Bryson,
Yes.
Assemblymember Gladishevsky,
No.
Assemblymember Smith,
Yes.
Assemblymember Hale,
Yes.
Assemblymember Wahal Gadak.
No.
Mayor Weldon,
No, no, no.
Assemblymember Hughes Candies,
No.
Assemblymember Wall,
Just one no from me.
Chair Treem.
No.
Motion fails, 3 ayes, 6 nays.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Gladishevsky.
I would move for the Alaska Committee 200,000. And I just want to let everybody know that I have the spreadsheet of the funding that we've given, one-time funding. Where the heck is it? I lost it. And we recently, 2 years ago, we gave Alaska Committee something like 300,000. Here it is. I'll tell you the exact number. I can tell you this as we go through these things, how much we've given people. Alaska Committee to 300,000 in FY21. I support the Alaska Committee. I think they can, and obviously the work they do is wonderful. And same thing with Gavel, Alaska. And they mentioned they could fundraise for some, so I'm hoping they could fundraise. And if they really need more money, they could come ask us later. So I would move 200,000.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move an amendment to that, and that would be to reduce the amount to 168,000, which is half of the request. I serve on the Alaska Committee, and we discussed this request this morning. I discussed bringing it to half. They said that is a great start. They may use some of their reserves. They have other sources. It gets them well into it gets them going. And so they were satisfied with an amount of half the amount. So 168.
I would remove my motion if that would be helpful.
Okay, Mr. Smith.
I would move that we fund the Alaska Committee for equipment replacement at 168,000 as a one-time funding and ask for unanimous consent.
Okay. Ms. Wall.
Just objecting for the purposes of a clarifying question for the maker of the motion. I'm assuming the amount you listed is the amount over the general fund request, not the total request, just making sure that's the case.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, yes, that is the amount over the proposed in manager's budget, $100,000. So yes, 168,000 over the amount in the manager's budget. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no objection, that motion has passed.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Hale.
if I may make a comment on the overall process before we move on to the next step. I hear everybody talking frequently about the voluminous requests we have before us. And I'm looking at page 77 of Mr. Rogers of the packet. And the total request is listed as 9,515,000 on page 77. And I don't know if anyone else is keeping a running tally, but we've already saved 6,628,000 from that 9,515,000. So I just wanted to make sure we were aware of that. And my numbers might be wrong, but that's the tally I've got.
Okay, I think that they're working on that as we go, although of course it's live, so we'll give them some grace and time on that, but
Madam Chair?
yeah, Ms.
Gonna make a motion?
Bryson,
You're good?
Ms. Gladchevsky.
For the next item, Heat Smart, I would move 235,000. And I'll speak to that. One of the few things I'm going to support wholeheartedly, and it's about housing and reducing costs for people living here. And the climate goals are also good, but in this budget climate, these folks can save people money, a lot of money actually, on their heating bills. So and it's aimed at lower income people. So I would move $235,094.
Ms. Maribel, then Mr. Bryson, then Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would propose an amendment of $100,000 over the so a total of, let's see here. Just $100,000. And the reason for my amendment is what Ms. Gladchevsky says is true. This helps lower income families to save money. This helps with our carbon footprint. But I don't believe that this program should be totally supported by the CBJ. And I think that they need to start charging for their services. That's why I'm not giving them the amount.
Okay, we have a motion and objection. Mr. Bryson.
I would object to this because of the presentation, how they focused on helping lower income families. In the moment that we implement a cost to this, then the help to the families that need it the most is stopped. I was going to go, and I'll do this as an amendment afterwards, but my amendment would have been to do the entire amount of 235,000, but to make it a one-time. So that way we can allow them to continue operating, but then we can reevaluate it next year. And so that way we're not impacting the mill rate, but we can still help this program out and help the low-income residents during this time of need. Thank you for the time.
Just want to clarify, Ms. Gladchevsky, did you specify in your motion about one timer?
I didn't get that far over on the spreadsheet. So we could talk about that after the 100,000.
Mr. Smith, did you in your amendment? I can't remember.
He didn't, Madam Mayor had the amendment for 100,000.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
It was Madam Mayor.
Sorry. Okay, we have Ms. Hale. That's.
Thank you. And I don't know if this started out on this list as recurring and then became one time. I mean, as one time and then became recurring, because I thought in our discussion, we had talked about this as one time. And the question was, is it one time or is it recurring? And I will point out that this program is facilitating getting those heat pumps into Juneau homes and saving money and reducing our carbon footprint. There's nothing that we're doing in Juneau right now that is making that big of a difference in people's pocketbooks and in reducing our carbon footprint. And this program is probably, I mean, it will probably sort of wear itself out, because as word of mouth spreads, more and more people will get heat pumps. So I don't know if we call it recurring or one time, but that's my comment on that. And I also object to reducing the amount.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I objected to the amendment. At one point, I was also considering reducing this, but after thinking more about it, hearing more about the program, one, it isn't just fully CBJ funded. They do receive federal grants. I think they do. We got an email recently showing the impacts they make. Again, a lot on low income families. I also heard the presenters speak, and I could hear that they had been. It wasn't that they had just not been considering, certain revenue sources, but as we've talked about, sometimes it doesn't make sense, but they are considering that. The other thing that I think is important for this year, especially as infrastructure funds and actually maybe even more so, oh God, what was the Inflation Reduction Act funds start to make their way into communities and when they set up programs. I think this organization is doing I want to make sure they are positioned to help people collect on those programs. And, you know, they are doing work that no one else is. If the city tried to do this, you know, we'd get one person for 235,000 and they have multiple staff and are collecting a lot of grants. I think we get really good value from this. So I object to the amendment and support the full amount.
Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Other members have made the points that I was going to make.
Okay. Mayor Weldon.
Call the question.
I was actually going to remove my amendment and let Mr. Bryce make his.
I could make it. I didn't, would everybody be happier if it was one time? Well, make it one time, if that's okay with everyone. Unless somebody wants it to. Well, how about that for equivocating?
So I'm not sure where we are. So Mayor Weldon has removed her amendment, motion to make an amendment. You are proposing the full amount one time. Is that, I just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly.
I'm looking around the table. Yes, I am making it one time.
Okay, Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll keep it brief. Yep, Heat Smart's great. I just wanted to point out, this is one of those ones that like, it doesn't feel like much of an amendment to me to call it one time, because we say it's one time every year, which I think is why staff was changing it to recurring. Unless I'm badly scrambled, which I could be, because it is 11:21 here.
To clarify, what staff has put on this spreadsheet, what the request is. And then it's up to us as the assembly to decide one time or recurring.
Okay, understood. Thank you. It just seems like one of those ones that's potentially reoccurring. I would be open to a reduced amount. I talked with the folks again today. I am open there. I would like to move to a model where we get a lot of bang for our buck with them. They're doing great work. I would rather see us move to a model where there's some deliverables where they are charging for some of their services, or at least like the city helps them be robust and like gaining more revenue. Because this time last year, they said they'd seek out other revenue. And right now they've gotten like a couple of $100 in donations, which is not a lot of revenue, but good for them for getting the federal awards. They do a lot. If people are happy with that, I will remove my objection.
Okay, I'm going to object for similar reasons. I think there are other nonprofits to which we provide kind of the majority of their operating expenses. And when we do that, we have contracts with them. And I'm thinking of JAR off the top of my head as one. I do think that that Heat Smart moves us to our JRES goals, and that is a good thing, but I would like to not just give a grant for all of their operating expenses, and I would like to do it through a different mechanism. And their activities or their assistance to low-income families is entirely funded by or I think maybe mostly funded by a federal grant. So I feel uncomfortable with CBJ money going to fund the activities for homeowners who can afford these services. And I understand their reasons for not having that kind of administration in place, but I don't feel comfortable spending city money on that. So in the future, I would love to look at this in a different mechanism, but I'm objecting to the grant. So we have a motion and we have objection. Ms. Spiegel.
Thank you, Chair Trim. On the motion to approve $235,094 for Alaska Heat Smart as one-time funding, Assemblymember Gladishevsky.
Yes.
Assemblymember Bryson.
Yes.
Mayor Weldon.
No.
No, I think she said no.
Assemblymember Smith,
Yes.
Assemblymember Hughes Candies,
No.
Assemblymember Wall,
Yes.
Assemblymember Hale,
Yes.
Assemblymember Waffle Gadak,
Yes.
Chair Tram.
No.
Motion passes 6 ayes, 3 nays.
Okay, that brings us to item number 6. Mr. Bryson.
Madam Chair, for the Juneau Economic Development Council, $40,000 operation, 10% increase, $40,000 request over the general fund over the manager's budget. And this is a reoccurring cost. And I'm going to object.
Okay. Any discussion on this one? Ms. Glaszewski.
I would support this. It's a basically inflation increase. It's the increase we gave to ourselves roughly. So I'd support the 40,000.
Ms. Hale and then Mr. Smith.
Thank you. I also would support this, and for the same reason that Ms. Glaszewski has stated. And it's my understanding that this 40,000 that they're asking, I think, is to help with a match to a USDA grant. I'm seeing a.
That's a different. Yeah,
Oh, that's the next one. Okay, thank you. And I just will point out that I am looking back to page 127 of the May 3rd packet. And all of these were listed as one time. And in that intervening time, it appears that staff has gone back and changed a lot to recurring. So I just want to point that out. I appreciate what you're doing to try to winnow through there, but they were listed as one time and they're not now.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we know what the benefits of JDC does. They do collect other revenues and run other programs. They've been, based on their slideshow from last week, they've been at the $400,000 level since FY19. And so we've been funding them then anyway. So it's been a while since they've gotten an increase. So just want to note that. Thank you.
Mayor Weldon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to object why they've remained flat funding. They've also increased their funding from many other different sources, including some of the grants that we help them get. I also would like to make a statement like Ms. Hale likes to do is I think it's time that we look at doing an MOA with JEDC, similar to the one that we just did with Travel Juneau. So we have metrics just to see what they are doing for us.
Okay, we have a motion, we have objection. Ms. Spiegel.
Thank you, Chair Tram. On the motion to approve $40,000 for the Juneau Economic Development Council's operations as recurring funding. Assemblymember Bryson.
No.
Mayor Weldon.
No.
Assemblymember Smith.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hughes Candies.
Yes.
Assemblymember Wall.
Yes.
Assemblymember Gladysevsky.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
Assemblymember Waffle Gadak.
Yes.
Chair Tram.
Yes.
Motion passes 7 ayes, 2 nays.
Ms. Glaszewski.
I would move the Juneau Nordic Ski Club for $25,000. We got a lot of emails on this. It's a small amount of money for a group that does an amazing job on our trails. They've raised a lot of money themselves. So I would ask for unanimous consent for the 25,000.
Any objection? Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I object. I agree with Madam Gladysevsky. Organization does amazing things that a lot of people enjoy. I think I'm objecting because I think we have a lot of funding requests, and I think we have gotten good at supporting kind of our anchor partners, those that we regularly work with. We're moving forward our priorities. We haven't necessarily figured out a process for handling smaller requests from organizations that we haven't been in partnership for a long time. And I just worry that some of the requests on our list today kind of came, based on who you know, and I'd like in the future to develop a process so that we can kind of fairly evaluate requests like this that are maybe not in our priority list, but still great projects.
Mr. Bryson, and then Mayor Walden, I can't tell if you had your hand up again or if it was still raised from the last time.
Madam Chair, thank you. I have to declare a conflict. I have a business that rents cross-country ski equipment. I'm going to sit out this vote. Thank you.
Mayor Walden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate what Ms. Wall said, but I do know this is needed, but I would offer amendment to reduce the amount to $15,000 for one time.
Checked.
Mr. Smith and then Ms. Hale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The total project cost for this is $75,000. They've raised or are seeking $50,000 for it. They work on a lot of, I feel like I've said this before, but they use a lot of volunteer labor and all this kind of stuff, run youth programs. I think they're bringing 2/3 of the project. This is a one-time request to help them maintain our trails and provide a lot of recreational opportunity for people in Juneau. I also want to check. Mr. Bryson are you recusing yourself? I don't know. I mean, why?
I have a business that rents
Your mic.
I'm sorry. I'm recusing myself because I have a business that rents cross-country ski equipment. This I see would be a direct benefit to me if they have better and more cross-country ski equipment. It just makes, I want them to get this because that wouldn't give it an increased chance of people renting cross-country ski equipment from me. So it seems appropriate for me to sit this vote out.
Did you talk?
I'm sorry.
Did you talk to the attorney?
I did not talk to the attorney on that one. It just seemed pretty obvious.
Well,
do we need a call from the attorney?
We don't.
Oh.
The chair gets to decide, and in the interest of time, we're just going to accept that Mr. Bryson has a conflict and move on. So
Okay, Madam Chair, I'm just reading what financial interest means and the definitions of I see the read, but
let's bring Ms. Lane over. Sorry, I should have said that with my microphone on. Let's bring Ms. Lane over if she's not there already.
She just joined as a panelist.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, that's a success for my internet. So I believe the question is whether or not Mr. Bryson has a personal or financial interest in whether or not this group gets funding. Is that correct?
Correct.
I would first of all, I'm always like hesitant to say that a person does not have a conflict when they believe they have a conflict. So I will start by saying that because it's usually the opposite. But I will just direct, the group to and you, Chair Treem, because ultimately you do get to make the decision. A financial interest means an interest held by a municipal officer or immediate family member, including any involvement or ownership of an interest in a business, property, or professional or private relationship from which the person expects to receive compensation. But a personal interest would mean would include any material advantage in the form of a promise, service, privilege, exemption, patronage, or advancement. A municipal officer shall be deemed to have a personal interest in the affairs if they own any kind of duty to that person. So it's I would say that it has the appearance of a conflict more than I believe it's actually a direct conflict, but I trust that Mr. Bryson is saying that he wants this group to get money so that he ultimately his business will get money. And to me, that seems like a kind of a verbal enough conflict to cause me pause on that, Chair Treem.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Lane, my understanding of when you have a personal financial interest is if we were giving a grant to a business or something and Mr. whoever or Miss whoever owned or their direct relative was a partner or something in the business. That's what I'm seeing in the definition, not that I have a business that, that sells tires, therefore I can't vote to build a road.
Mr. Bryson.
Okay, so I was using the fact that a member of the Juneau Nordic Ski Club said, Mr. Bryson, we want to rent more equipment from you next year. And so to me, I'm putting that together with the fact that they're trying to get funding so they can increase their trails. They've already let me know that they are going to conduct more business with me in the future year, next winter. I don't know, this is the clearest conflict that I've had so far. I'm not sure why we're talking about it.
Ms. Gladstevsky.
Madam Chair, I call for a ruling from the chair, and just to clarify the procedure here, you rule, and then if 5 of us want to overrule you, someone would make a motion to overrule you. So you call it, but we could, if we disagree with you, we could say, we disagree with you, and we're going to vote.
Already did call it. Mr. Bryson is recused.
Okay.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay, we'll
Good vote.
vote on that. What is what in this? Can you just make it a motion so we
So we
know what, so we, well, I don't, so what is yes?
I think I've moved that Mr. Bryson does not have a conflict, and I urge a no vote.
Okay, Ms. Spiegel.
On the motion that Assemblymember Bryson does not have a conflict. Assemblyman,
Yeah, let's
Let me amend the motion. I move that
Mr. Bryson does
Mr.
have.
Bryson has a conflict on this matter,
And then, okay,
and I urge a yes vote.
okay, yes,
Just
Mr.
say that you move the ruling of the chair, because that's clear for me to understand.
Okay.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
No.
Okay.
Move the ruling of the.
I'm okay. I move the ruling of the chair. That means a yes vote means you think Mr. Bryson has a conflict. Boy, we're wrapped around the axle on this one.
Appeal the ruling of the chair, and if people vote.
Jesus, just figure it out and we'll take a vote. Somebody make a motion.
I move to appeal the ruling of the chair, and everyone will vote. And if 5 people vote in the affirmative, that means we have overruled the chair. And therefore, Mr. Bryson must vote because he does not get to recuse himself.
Ms. Spiegel.
Don't we get to object or have anything else to say?
Yep, we're gonna go to a vote. Ms. Spiegel.
on the motion to move to repeal the ruling of the chair that Assemblymember Bryson is recused from voting in the Juneau Nordic Ski Club topic. Assemblymember Smith,
Yes.
Assemblymember Gladishevsky.
No.
Assemblymember Waffle Gadak.
No.
Assemblymember Wall.
No.
Mayor Weldon.
No.
Assemblymember Hughes Scandies.
No.
Assemblymember Bryson.
I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to say no.
Assemblymember Hale,
No.
Chair Trim.
No.
The ruling of the chair stands.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Do you need?
We have a motion for, to move it to 15 instead of 10,
Okay.
25.
Who made that?
Madam,
motion?
Mayor made it. I object.
Okay,
I object. It's a, we got, it's just a great for our community. Lots of people wrote in about this, $25,000. It's a small amount of money to help a great organization volunteer to clear our trails.
Ms. Spiegel.
Assemblymember Gladysevsky made an original motion to approve $25,000 in one-time funding for the Juneau Nordic Ski Club. Mayor Weldon made an amendment to reduce the amount to the Juneau Nordic Ski Club from $25,000 to $15,000 in one-time funding. Mayor Weldon.
Yes.
Assemblymember Wahal Gadak.
No.
Assemblymember Hale.
No.
Assemblymember Hughes Candies.
Sorry, no.
Assemblymember Smith.
No.
Assemblymember Gladysevsky.
No.
Assemblymember Wall.
No.
Chair Trim. Motion fails 1A, 7 A's.
That brings us back to the original motion by Ms. Gladysevsky for 25,000. Is there objection to that motion? Are you, sorry, okay, Ms. Wall, you are objecting.
Yeah, I think I had a
Okay.
objection that still stands.
Okay, Ms. Spiegel.
Thank you, Chair Trim. On the motion to approve $25,000 in one-time funding for the Juneau Nordic Ski Club. Assemblymember Gladysevsky.
Yes.
Assemblymember Wall.
No.
Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
Mayor Weldon.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hughes Candies.
Yes.
Assemblymember Smith.
Yes.
Assemblymember Wahal Gadak.
Yes.
Chair Trim.
Yes.
Motion passes 6 days, 1 nay.
Okay, we're gonna take a 3-minute break. Okay, we're back. I was told to go to Mr. Smith for number 9. If he wants to do that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we provide to the Juneau Housing First Collaborative for Phase 3, $1 million from Affordable Housing Fund in FY24 budget and $400,000 from Affordable Housing Fund in FY25 budget. And if I may speak to that motion.
Please.
The project, this in FY24, we're scheduled to use $2.6 million for Affordable Housing Fund grants. I didn't want to reduce all of that just on this one project, hence why I'm spreading it out over 2 years. The reason I'm funding it for the full amount, and we heard Ms. Lovashek say it last time, is, at least I thought we did, is that if when they're applying for these grants, you have to show a complete grant and project package. And by reducing that amount, it therefore reduces the scoring because they now don't have a fully funded project, which reduces their likelihoods of getting awards. It reduces their likelihood of getting awards, therefore continuing kind of like a cascade down of not being able to fully fund the project. But, we know housing is a tremendous need. These are folks that need it the most. They're asking for $1.4 million on a $5.5 million project. They have a site. It has operational efficiencies because it will be co-located with the other 2 phases. I think this is a important project to fund. but I do feel we need to fund it to the full amount of 1.4 million, but I'm trying to spread that over 2 years. And I've spoken with Ms. Lovashek, and that will work for their needs as long as they can say, yes, the city is in support of the project for $1.4 million. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I see Ms. Hughes Candies and Mayor Weldon with their hands raised, but first I'm going to go to Mr. Bryson.
All right, I'm going to try this again, Madam Chair. I need to declare a conflict. I serve on the Housing First board, but I receive no financial compensation. So I do not believe that I have a conflict and I can vote on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you,
But
Mr.
you guys get to vote on that.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Ms. Glaszewski.
I think Mr. Bryson does have a conflict. He serves on the board. I know it's not a financial conflict, but it's a personal interest. He has a responsibility to that organization, and he has responsibility here, and those are not necessarily in alignment. I think he's got a conflict. If the chair doesn't agree with me, I'm not going to make everybody vote on it, but I think if you're on a board of an organization, you shouldn't be voting on funding that organization.
Thank you, Ms. Gladaszewski. And I believe that Mr. Bryson does not have a conflict because our code specifically calls out nonprofit interests. And so that will be the ruling on that. And we will go to Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think Mr. Smith answered my question was primarily, does this still meet Ms. Levichik's needs, or, this won't reduce their points. I'm fully in support of giving them the full funding. I think it's a great project. So it sounds like, yes, this will still meet their needs. Correct.
Mr. Smith is shaking his head yes. Mayor Weldon.
Madam Chair, and hopefully everybody can hear me. I appreciate Mr. Smith's creativity, although be advised next year's amount of 0.4 would be up for appropriation by the assembly again. You can't encumber another assembly, and that is from the attorney.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Weldon. Ms. Gladaszewski, and then Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Because I have the spreadsheet and I told you all I would tell you what we funded these organizations in the past for. We funded Housing First for 1.8 and then 700,000 for the first phase. That cost more. It was kind of wonky and we wound up having to give more money. So that was 2.1 million. And then the second phase was 1.4 million. So this is also 1.4. And I was fully supported. And I just want you to know that how much money we gave them already.
Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to say how important this project is. The people that we've housed in phase 1 and phase 2, it's life-saving. It literally changes their lives and saves their lives. It also reduces the amount of emergency room visits, the amount of police contacts, the amount of fire and first responder contacts. While this seems like a large investment, it is small compared to the savings that we receive in the community from housing chronically homeless individuals. So I thank the Assembly for supporting this.
Ms. Hale.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and perhaps this is a question for Mr. Manager, just because I am having a hard time hearing Madam Mayor. I think Madam Mayor said we can't commit that 400,000 because that's up to a next assembly. And is that the case?
Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Treem. I was going to raise the same issue. The Finance Department has no mechanism for making an operating appropriation in a future fiscal year, especially in consideration of the fact that the Assembly does have a biennial budget and we are in the second year of that budget.
And I have a follow-up.
I think that the thing that Assemblymember Smith could consider doing, and it's a little bit in line with the way we deal with recurring funding, is instead you could make a motion to appropriate $1 million in FY24 as part of the budget process and direct the manager to include $400,000 in the preparation of the manager's FY25 budget.
Mr. Smith.
Madam Chair, that was the intent of what my motion was, but thank you for that clarification. Yes.
Follow up.
Does that actually solve the problem? Or is that still subject to the whims of the next assembly?
Subject.
Chair Dream, the latter, future year some appropriations are always subject to the will of the assembly body that appropriates.
I'd
them
like
at
to
that
make an
time.
amendment.
Okay.
Thank you. I would amend Mr. Smith's motion to take of that 1.4 million that is requested by Housing First, to take 1 million from the Affordable Housing Fund for FY24, as Mr. Smith suggested. And then I would like to commit 400,000 from our list of one-time funding to be decided upon tonight. And I'd like to speak to that if I may. Thank you. The running tally that I have going so far is that if we did that, we would have, quote, saved $7.6 million tonight. So we still have 2 million left of these requests to make a decision on. So we have repeatedly said that housing is our highest priority. These units are going to be costing us $50,000 a piece with that full 1 million and the 400,000. So I would argue for absolute certainty for Housing First, and that we just take 400,000 tonight and then 1 million as Mr. Smith has proposed.
Okay, is there objection to the amendment, Mr. Smith?
Objection for the purpose of question for the maker. What is the fund source for the 400,000?
General fund?
General fund.
This is how I understood it.
General fund, and it's one-time funding from our fund balance.
Ms. Glashow.
I would support that motion. I was going to do something similar because they need certainty, and I support Ms. Hale's motion.
Is there objection to the motion, Mr. Smith? No, okay. Is there objection to Ms. Hale's amendment? Seeing none, that motion is adopted. That brings us back to the original motion as amended. Is there objection to that motion? Seeing none, that motion is adopted. Actually, Ms. Bashesi, I'm going to take just a short break. Don't go anywhere. I need to call the attorney really quickly.
Okay. Would move $17,700 for the Juneau Arts and Humanities Council. Again, for the similar reason I said JEDC, it's about a 9% increase. We gave ourselves that kind of increase for inflation. So that's my motion.
Any objection to that motion? Seeing none, that motion,
To clarify, Chair Traim, is that one-time funding or recurring?
Thank you for catching that.
Recurring.
Okay. Okay, any objection to that motion of recurring? Seeing none, that motion has passed. Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For
Madam
the
Chair, I objected and nobody saw me.
Oh,
Cards and everything.
I'm sorry, Mayor Weldon. Can we just go back to that? Do we have to do anything special? Let's just go back to the vote.
I am objecting to the one-time fund or the recurring funding.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I'm objecting to the recurring funding.
Okay. We have a motion and objection. Ms. Spiegel.
Thank you, Chair Traim. On the motion to approve $17,700 in additional recurring funding for the Juneau Arts and Humanities Council. Assemblymember Gladys.
Yes.
Mayor Weldon.
No.
Assemblymember Bryson.
yes,
Assemblymember Wahlal Gadak.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hughes Scandies.
Yes.
Assemblymember Smith.
Yes.
Assemblymember Wall.
Yes.
Chair Traim.
Yes.
Motion passes 8 ayes, 1 nay.
Ms. Hale.
I think Mr. Bryson was ready, but if he makes a motion, I'd like to circle back. But whatever you'd like to do, I don't have to jump in now.
Oh. Oh, sorry. I was optimistic and crossed it off already.
And I have one other as well after Mr. Bryson.
Okay, Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the Downtown Business Association, to maintain Main Street accreditation and operations, they had a $75,000 request over manager's budget for a reoccurring theme. And I'm going to object for the purposes of amendment. And I was going to change the $75,000 to a $40,000 request and leave it as recurring so they could continue to do what they choose to do.
Okay, any objection to the amendment? All right. Seeing no objection, the amendment is adopted. That brings us back to the motion as amended. Any objection to that?
Object.
Ms. Glaszewski.
I object. I had their budget in front of me. CBJ with the full 75 would have been responsible for 68% of their budget, which is a lot for an organization like that. So I don't know what it is for the 40 because I didn't do that math, but it's operational funding. They've come year after year, and they originally said it was for Main Street America for 75. And we said, sure, okay, one time. And then it was 2 times. Okay. And now this is 3 times. And so I object. I appreciate all that they do, and I'm happy to give them for the ambassador program, which is what they do with the ambassador, but so I object.
Okay. Excuse me, Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm objecting, same reasons. Appreciate all the events, everything they do. I don't think this is a appropriate thing, especially not recurring, to add to the budget. I think this is not something that I would feel comfortable growing the budget for. There are similar, they're a membership organization, and they talked about regrowing their membership post-COVID, which I understand, but I think they need to look at something like raising their membership rates. I talked to a member of the DBA in advance of this meeting. I talked to members of sort of comparable organizations, Travel Juno partners pay more, Chamber of Commerce members pay more. I would prefer, it just doesn't make sense to me for an organization like this, bang for your public buck, that this is a ongoing one that we just fund indefinitely, and I'm definitely not comfortable with it as a recurring cost. So I'm going to be a strong no vote on this. Maybe I'll even bear Mayor Weldon. No.
Ms. Hale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's funny. When we look at that 75,000 and Ms. Gladaszewski added that to the 90,000 for the ambassador program, those two total together was 68% of the budget. But I will point out that the 90,000 for the ambassador program actually comes from marine passenger fees, and it does a very, very specific service for the cruise ship passengers. At 40,000, it would be 16% of their budget. And I agree with dropping it to 40,000 because I think they are rebuilding and they can ask more of their members and they can step up their membership drive. I would amend, if I could, Mr. Bryson's amendment to make that one-time funding, so they have to come back for it, unless Mr. Bryson wants to make that amendment himself. Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was the exact amendment I was going to make. And while President Phoenicia Santana was explaining to us what they're doing, and we had the request of, can they create a matrix of what they're doing, like what we requested of Travel Juno, and that makes a whole lot of sense. There's a question right now should DBA be wrapped up into the Chamber of Commerce? Is that a more effective way to do it? And if we give them 40,000 one-time funding, give them another year of operations, and when they come back, they can give us that matrix on why they are significant and unique enough to maintain on their own, or we'd have to visit that question, should we wrap them up into the Chamber of Commerce? So yes, 40,000 one-time funding will be my corrected amendment. Thank you for that, Mrs. Ale.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this amount. It's a small organization. I imagine their membership does a lot. Anyway, they are rebuilding. I'm okay with the reduced amount. I think we should look and think, do their activities generate additional economic activity, therefore generating additional tax revenue? Anyway, 40,000, it's pretty small, and I understand why they have why there is a separate organization from the chamber. And I think maybe this is a indication that, they'll be coming back next year and maybe be looking at membership and other things for the future. I'm sure they're getting them anyway, hearing us now, and we'll take that into account. But I'm supporting giving them some funding so we don't just hang them out right this year. Thanks.
Okay, we have a motion and objection. Ms. Spiegel.
On the amendment to the amended motion to change the $40,000 for DBA from recurring funding to one-time. Assemblymember Bryson.
I thought that, no, I corrected my own amendment to say one time. I thought.
I think we're getting a little loose with the rules of procedure here, but
Just to clarify, this is the original motion then, and not an amendment to the amended motion. Okay.
Miss Candies.
Nope, just making sure we were good on that, because I don't object to his amendment to make it one time, but I do object to the motion.
Okay. On the original motion as amended to approve $40,000 in one-time funding to the Downtown Business Association. Assemblymember Bryson.
Oh, yes.
Mayor Weldon.
Yes.
Assemblymember Smith.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hughes Scandies.
No.
Assemblymember Wall.
No.
Assemblymember Gladishevsky.
No.
Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
Assemblymember Wachal Gadak.
Yes.
Chair Trim.
No.
Motion passes 5 ayes, 4 nays.
Madam Chair, may I have a brief moment to ask you one question, please?
Okay. And we're back. Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the Sea Alaska Heritage Institute STEAM Makerspace, they had a general fund request over the manager's budget of $500,000 as a one-time payment. And I'm going to object for the purposes of an amendment.
Okay, before you do that, I'm going to go to Wallal Gadak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did confer with the lawyer based on some of the challenges that have been brought forward tonight. It is a nonprofit. I am not compensated, so I will be voting.
Yeah, to clarify, Wallal Gadak is a member of the Sea Alaska Heritage Institute Board. Last week, we had probably incorrectly interpreted the rules and she had recused herself, but we've consulted with the attorney again. And we were wrong last week. Ms. Gladishevsky.
I object, and if that's your ruling, I would ask for a vote. This is also even a little bit different than Mr. Bryson's in that Sea Alaska Heritage Institute is a separate organization, but very closely tied to Sea Alaska Corporation, which is Ms. Is compensated for that. So I object.
Can you remember how we worded that?
Appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay.
Yeah. I
Okay.
appeal the ruling of the chair.
Yes vote agrees with the ruling that Walal Gadak does not have a conflict. No?
Opposite.
Yes vote agrees with me.
Okay.
A no vote agrees with you, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, you vote. Ms. Spiegel.
On the motion to appeal the ruling of the chair that Assemblymember Wachal Gadak does not have a conflict. Assemblymember Gladishevsky.
Yes.
Assemblymember Wachal Gadak.
No.
Assemblymember Wall.
No.
Mayor Weldon.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hughes Scandies.
No.
Assemblymember Smith.
No.
Assemblymember Bryson.
I'm saying no.
Assemblymember Hale.
No.
Chair Dream.
No.
Motion fails to a 7 nays.
Okay. And Mr. Bryson, you were going to make an amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment is to change the $500,000 amount to $320,000. And when added to the $30,000 in the manager's budget, that would give a grand total of $350,000 funding one time for this project. So $320,000 is my dollar figure. The way that I came up with that is that through the Sea Alaska Heritage Institute presentation, they mentioned that the city would save $300,000 worth of efficiency savings through their renovations and helping allow the city to be a little bit more efficient. And so at $320,000, we're essentially paying to be a little bit more efficient. We're giving them some funds. We're going to receive back almost equal amount of efficiency savings. So it is a small investment that we can regain some of. So that's my reasoning for the $320,000 dollar figure. Thank you for the time.
Is there objection to the amendment? Ms. Gladishevsky.
Madam Chair, I have my little spreadsheet. I just want to make people aware that so tiny, I can't hardly see it. We supported the Walter Soboleff Center and the Arts Campus in 14, 15, and 21 for a grand total of $4.5 million. So we have very much supported that organization recently and more than we've done many. So FYI on that.
Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll object to the amendment only because I would like to see this funded at the full amount of $500,000. I appreciate Mr. Bryson's logic, but I think we should do more here than just trade how much we're getting in savings. I think this is an opportunity for us to invest in a project that gets us great returns in the community, cultural education, downtown revitalization. These are our community priorities, and this organization has shown that they do quite a lot with the resources that we're able to provide in partnership with others.
Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to speak against it for much the same reasons as Ms. Wall. When I looked at this list, it's always like we have lots of asks and, you have to find your priorities. And this one for me, while it is a higher dollar amount, is a partner that I feel like is a proven winner that is just such a great investment of city dollars, both for the revitalization aspect, bringing in outside funding to the community, and just really good for our culture, for our community. So really appreciate them as partners, and I feel like is a known way to leverage this investment, which may feel like a lot right now, to leverage that into a much larger dollar amount in addition to everything else. So I'd like to give them the full amount.
Mayor Weldon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll actually support the amendment. Not quite for the same reason Mr. Bryson is, but I think they'll be hard pressed to spend that $1.3 million they received this year. So this will help them, and I expect them to come back to us next spring and either ask for the remaining 150,000 or even a little bit more. Totally supportive of Alaska Heritage Institute, but I just think that they're not going to be able to spend that $1.3 million already. So I think we could spare our budget this year and give them a little more next year.
Okay, we have a motion for an amendment. Ms. Gladszewski.
I just quickly support the motion. I told you I was going to support things for housing and, reducing people's costs. I think we've supported Sea Alaska appropriately in the past. And right now, again, the property taxes and how much money we have, I would like to support the project, but $500,000 is a big ask.
Mr. Smith.
Madam Chair, I think my understanding is when I've spoken to people from SHI, the $500,000 is similar in terms of this would fully fund the project. That helps them get other awards and grants, and to cut it down, therefore it reduces their chances of receiving other funds or the amount of other funds. So kind of a cascade down. So I think either go for the right number or don't. So I'm going to be opposed to the amendment.
Okay, we've got a motion and objection. Ms. Spiegel.
Thank you, Chair Trim. Assemblymember Bryson made an original motion to approve $500,000 as a one-time payment to the Sea Alaska Heritage Institute for the STEAM Fab Lab. He objected to that and to make an amendment to change the $500,000 to $320,000 as one-time funding. Assemblymember Bryson.
320.
There was already 30,000 in the manager's budget.
Chair Trim, just to clarify, that $30,000 is in the manager's budget is a grant appropriation we make every other year and have for some time for celebration.
Ms. Spiegel.
Assemblymember Bryson.
Yes.
Assemblymember Wall.
No.
Mayor Weldon.
Yes.
Assemblymember Walthall Gadak.
No.
Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hughes Scandies.
No.
Assemblymember Smith.
No.
Assemblymember Gladaszewski.
Yes.
Chair Trim.
Yes.
Motion passes 5 ayes, 4 nays.
Okay, that brings us back to the original motion as amended. Is there any objection to that motion? Seeing none, that motion has passed. Ms. Hale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at line 7, which is a JEDC request for $30,000, and we moved beyond that, and that may have been deliberate for some people, but I would like to propose this is a match to a pretty important Forest Service grant, and I would like to move that we fund that $30,000 as one time rather than recurring. That grant won't last forever, and so we should look at it one time. I would ask for unanimous consent.
Is there any objection to that motion? Ms. Gladaszewski, sorry, Ms. Hughes Scandies got there first.
It's fine.
It's a race. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll object for the purposes kind of that I brought up in committee the other day. And Ms. Weldon or Mayor Weldon brought up earlier tonight that while we haven't increased our funding sources, they are good about increasing their own funding sources. And I just in the interest of if we're pinching our pennies and I think they can afford to do this match on their own, I was happy to give them an increase in their overall base amount. But I don't think we need to be supplying the match. I think they can supply the match themselves.
Ms. Gladys.
I would just echo what Ms. Hughes-Candy said. Don't have to say it again.
Mayor Weldon.
I'll be the same echo, sorry.
Okay, Mr. Bryson. Okay, we've got a motion and objection. Ms. Beagle.
Thank you. On the motion to approve $30,000 in one-time funding for the Juneau Economic Development Council's United States Forest Service grant match. Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hughes Scandies.
No.
Mayor Weldon.
No.
Assemblymember Smith.
No.
Assemblymember Wall.
No.
Assemblymember Gladysevsky.
No.
Assemblymember Bryson.
No.
Assemblymember Wathal Gadak.
No.
Chair Trim.
Yes.
Motion fails, 2 ayes, 7 nays.
Okay, just two more things on this list. Mr. Bryson. Three more things.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The rock dump planning and design of the new facility has I believe I'm adjusting that they have a $50,000 general fund request over the manager's budget as a one-time request. And I'm going to object for the purpose of an amendment. I'm going to move that dollar figure to $25,000. And I'm going to ask for unanimous consent on the amendment.
Is there objection to the amendment? Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate trying to like pinch pennies, but sometimes things just cost the amount of money. So they said it cost 50,000 for design. Let's get them going. And let's just get this going. But I don't think 25 is going to do the job. So anyway, I'll object, but that's it. Thanks.
Okay. There's a motion and objection. Ms. Spiegel.
Thank you, Chair Trim. Assemblymember Bryson made an original motion to approve $50,000 of one-time funding for the rock dump. He objected to that for the purpose of an amendment to reduce that amount to 25,000. Assemblymember Bryson.
Yes.
Assemblymember Smith.
No.
Mayor Weldon.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mayor Weldon. Can you repeat that?
Yes, yes, yes.
Assemblymember Wahal Gadak.
No.
Assemblymember Hale.
No.
Assemblymember Hughes Scandies.
No.
Assemblymember Gladysevsky.
Yes.
Assemblymember Wall.
No.
Chair Trim.
No.
Motion fails, 3 ayes, 6 nays.
Okay, that brings us back to the original motion, not amended. Any objection to that motion? Ms. Gladysevsky.
Just
And then,
object. Go ahead.
okay,
Just
Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Objecting for a very similar reason as the ski club request for me. I think this is a good project. I'm glad people are working through the steps to figure out what's next for the rock dump. And I think we owe the community kind of a clearer process for how we handle requests like these. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I guess I should have said something. If you'd
If
let
you
me
want
say
to.
something. Yeah, just the ski club request got dozens of people supporting it. This is a few people. I just think they need to organize themselves more and get themselves instead of us funding the whole study, the whole design. So I object.
Okay, Mayor Weldon, I did see your hand up if you Okay, Ms. Hughes Candies.
And thanks, Madam Chair. I'm supportive of this for the same reason I was supportive. It's fair to support it. I supported the ski club. I say these people are getting going and good for them. And so this is a reasonable request, all things considered, in the scale of the city. So give them this and see where they go. And we're not going to fund their building necessarily, but this gets them going. And I feel like they are pulling their organization together, and good for them.
Ms. Hale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to also speak in support of this and express my appreciation for taking the request from 500,000 down to 50,000, which was really great. And I feel like in the process, the whole request tightened up, and we actually saw where this might be going. And I support this for the same reason that I supported the Nordic Ski Club, and for the same reason that I support Eagle Crest, which is we are a hard place to live. And if we have activities like that people can do inside in the winter time, it's great for everybody. People, it makes them physically active. And we as a community, I feel, should support this kind of request.
Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So while I was trying to pinch pennies essentially and get it to a small request that still gave them operating dollars to move forward, here's the fear that I have, and this is why I want the Assembly to support this. Let's say that in the next year time period, and these gentlemen or this organization has not had a time to get moving forward, and the bus company that owns the building decides that they want to take it back, and then we will be 100% responsible for the next climbing gym in Juneau as an assembly, or the request will start to come. I can imagine they'll bring it to Parks and Rec. So if we allow this private entity to take on a lot of the homework and see what it's like to go build a climbing gym, I believe they'll be doing work that they could be saving us from if we allow them to proceed forward. Because if there was no climbing gym in the community, I believe that would be something that we'd have to rectify, and we can let these guys do it for lack of a better term.
Walk-a-duck.
Yeah, I'll be supporting this the same reason I supported Nordic Ski and Sea Alaska Heritage. I really appreciate how the Rock Dump partners with a lot of the entities in town to bring kids into the space, as well as Sea Alaska Heritage. I think that the more we can get our kids engaged in these types of activities, we're pulling them out of the stream before they even enter, which saves the city money in the long run. When our kids are active, when our kids are doing things, then they don't get out there and start causing troubles as society. And so we've seen this work in the past, and the more active, how does that saying go? Idle minds, something along those lines. I'm really bad with cliches, but I think all of these programs are great for our community because they bring our children into a space that can be productive and produce productive citizens for Juneau.
Okay, we've got a motion and objection. Ms. Beagle.
Thank you. On the motion to approve $50,000 of one-time funding for the Rock Dump, Assemblymember Bryson,
Yes.
Assemblymember Wall,
No.
Assemblymember Hale,
Yes.
Mayor Weldon,
No.
Assemblymember Hughes Candies,
Yes.
Assemblymember Smith,
Yes.
Assemblymember Walkall-Gadak,
Yes.
Assemblymember Gladishevsky,
No.
Chair Tram.
Yes.
Motion passes 6 ayes, 3 nays.
Okay, that brings us to the easiest one of the night, Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Juneau Festival Committee has a $2,000 general fund request over the manager's budget as a reoccurring payment, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing.
Just kidding.
You all are fired. Seeing that motion is adopted. Are we gonna do the next one?
I was going to do the next
Oh,
one.
Mayor Weldon wants to do the next one.
Okay, Mayor Weldon can do the next one.
Mayor Weldon.
Hopefully everybody can hear me on this one. I would move the Juneau Trails Plan $80,000 one time, but I'm not going to take it out of general fund. I'm going to take it out of fleet replacement fund, which is line 257 on page 75. And the amount is quite a bit in there. And I have talked to Ms. Kester and Mr. Watt on this, and it does put a little strain on it, but I don't think 80,000 is much strain. And we're trying to stay within the budget. This is an increment from the manager that was not in the budget.
Okay, does everybody understand the motion, Ms. Gladchevsky?
No, I don't really. I don't understand. It's an increment in the budget that's not in the budget. I don't know what you just said. It's could maybe the finance director
Mr.
explain.
Rogers.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, page 75, the mayor's correct. Page 75 of your packet for tonight does summarize the items that are increases in the manager's budget from FY20 to FY23 to FY24. The mayor is correct. Line 257 does say fleet replacement and increase year over year of 527,900. Either the manager or the deputy manager could speak to this if you want, but that is that represents many things, increases to fleet contributions for police, fire, streets, other organizations, et cetera. That's rolled up across general government organizations for fleet purchase.
Okay, sir.
Question about it then. So you asked for 527, and if we take 80, what happens to your fleet replacement?
Mr. Barr.
Thank you, Chair Treem. I think what we would do in that scenario is go back and look at all the department budgets and Mr. Rogers, Mr. Watt and I would come to some sort of determination about which budget was going to take what level of hit in their fleet budget. And we would make that we would make that assessment based on the highest priority and greatest need. And it's not unlikely that Ms. Kester would be impacted.
That's pointed at.
Is there objection? Ms. Hale?
Yeah, I object to pulling the money out of fleet replacement. I don't really think it makes a lot of sense to pull it out of fleet replacement. And I will again point out, I mean, I think that our target is the unrestricted fund balance after all of the manager's suggestions, and we haven't even gotten to those. That is 12,700,000. We have saved, by my calculation, 7.9 million. So I would rather spend this out of fund balance. It's a one-time expenditure, and it is something that this assembly has asked for. We want this. And at least I want this, and to take it out of the fleet replacement just means that something that we need is going to burden all the other departments. So I object.
Ms. Gladchevsky.
Can you, Mr. Rogers, can you put up the grand total of all we've added? I object to Ms. Hales. We saved. We didn't save. We just, somebody asked for $10 million and you don't say you saved 6 million because you didn't spend it. I mean, how much extra did we just add to the budget?
Chair Treem, I've got it on the board here. The amount of assembly approved FY24 actions. This is everything you've done from the beginning of the process, not just what you've talked about tonight. 2.36 million general fund one time, that's a withdraw from fund balance, and 325,000 of general fund recurring, implying a 0.05 increase to the mill rate.
Okay. Mayor Walden.
And if I can speak to this a little bit more, we remember that we put $1.2 million from the 1% for a ladder truck, which took a lot of burden off the fleet equipment fund. So taking $80,000, it doesn't seem to be that much to take out of that fund.
Okay. Mr. Bryson.
Listening to both Madam Mayor and Ms. Hale's explanation, I got to side with Ms. Hale. It does not, I can't connect the dots to take this out of fleet, and with it being only $80,000 of something that we've repeatedly said that we need, because it's probably going to talk about North Douglas trails too. I absolutely can support this $80,000 in general fund. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
We have a motion and objection. Ms. Spiegel.
Thank you, Chair Treem. On the motion to approve the Juneau Trails Plan for $80,000 in one-time funding by reducing the fleet replacement increment on page 75 by an equal amount. Mayor Weldon,
Yes.
Assemblymember Hale,
I just want to make sure that a vote no is not going to be a vote no on the
No.
80,000. It's just going to be the fleet replacement. Thank you. No.
Assemblymember Bryson,
No.
Assemblymember Waflal Gadak,
Yes.
Assemblymember Hughes Scandies,
Yes.
Assemblymember Smith,
No.
Assemblymember Gladysevsky,
No.
Assemblymember Wall,
No.
Chair Treem.
Yes.
Motion fails, 4 ayes, 5 nays.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Gladysevsky.
I would move $80,000 from the general fund, one-time funding for Juneau or the Trails Plan.
Is there objection to that motion, Mayor Weldon? Is your hand up for that or still up? Okay. Okay. Seeing no objection, that motion passes. Oh. Mr. Rogers.
Okay, thank you, Chair Dream. I want to make one clarify, and I'm sorry, I tried not to get in the flow. So I need to go back and make one clarification. On the motion for $1 million from the Affordable Housing Fund for Housing First, we have in the manager's FY24 budget, $2.6 million in change already in the budget for grants and loans through the competitive process. I think I need to understand from the Assembly, is the $1 million for the Housing First Collaborative part of that, as in, does it reduce the amount that's available for competitive grants and loans, or is it on top of the amount that's available for competitive grants and loans? So the question is it 2.6 plus 1 million, or is it 2.6 made up of 1.6 for competitive and 1 million for Juneau Housing First?
Mr. Rogers, is that a question that we have to decide tonight?
If you trust staff to make this decision, we'll make it for you.
I mean, if the Affordable Housing Fund is an issue that we talk about sometime soon, which I imagine it might be.
Can't we ask the maker of the motion?
And
Well-
but can we ask how much is in the Affordable Housing Fund now?
The amount that would be in the housing fund at the end of FY24 would be 1.3 million. So if you funded the 1 million separate from the 2.6 for competitive grants and loans, the fund would still be fine. You'd still have $300,000 in the fund.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My intent was that it would reduce the amount of the competitive grants by $1 million. So then the competitive grants for FY24 would be 1.6.
That's fine. We can take that as intent. Are we good?
Okay. Is there any disagreement with that? Ms. Hughes Scandies, I see you raising your hand.
Sorry, the screen changed. I just would say that, like, as far as I understand staff's need for clarification, but in a case where if it was not clear to staff, I'm not sure that getting the intent of the maker of the motion, if that wasn't clear to the people voting on the motion, makes sense.
That's why I'm asking.
That
if
doesn't
there-
make sense to me as a process. I understand staff's need to know. It like just moving
I
forward.
can make another motion.
I think you should.
You want to make another
Yeah.
motion?
Mr. Smith.
Yeah.
Very good. I'm not going to rescind anything. We're just going to replay this over. I move that we fund the Juneau Housing First Collaborative Phase 3 with $1 million from the Affordable Housing Fund competitive grant amount for FY24. Thereby reducing the competitive grant award amount to approximately 1.6 million for FY24 and 400,000 in general funds.
Okay.
And
Are
and
we?
can I speak to that just really quickly? Well, let me just do some.
Only if there's objection. Is
Oh,
there
okay.
objection to that motion? Okay.
Can I speak to that now? Can I speak to it first?
Yeah. Mr. Smith.
the reason I'm saying reduce it is if we get a bunch of good projects and we see something that's worth, anyway, if we see there's 2.5 million or something, if we get a bunch of good projects that are recommended, we can fund those after the application and scoring time. Is that correct? We could add funding later.
Correct.
That was my,
Ms. Hughes Candies.
I was gonna move to make an amendment to add it on top of what was there. And the reason that I would do that is my understanding is that's why I was like, I'm not sure we really do need to decide this right now. Is that my understanding is that we say how much is available when we post that, when we go out and we say, this is how much is available.
We say how much is available
So I
in our,
would-
He's got a motion. Let's vote on them.
Okay, then I move to amend make the 1 million on top of the 2.6 competitive and 7 million general fund.
I want to try to save us some time here. I think the ultimate outcome of either method is the same. So I guess how much discussion do we want to have about it?
Preferably.
How about we just vote?
We
and
call the
then-
question.
Okay.
You know what, then okay, yeah, do that.
We have to
Okay.
vote on her amendment, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
just vote on the amendment and then we'll go from there. Cause I don't need to talk about it right now.
Clarification on the amendment, please.
Ms. Spiegel?
My understanding of the amendment is that instead of funding $1 million as part of the 2.6 million for the competitive grants that are already included in the FY24 budget, we would instead fund $1 million in addition to the $2.6 million of competitive grants included in the FY24 budget
From the same funding source, correct?
from the Affordable Housing Fund.
Yeah.
And I'll
Objection to that.
And there's objection.
just
Okay.
briefly speak to my objection. This would only leave 300,000 in the Affordable Housing Fund. I think that's too small. So I would vote for Mr. Smith's.
Okay, we've got a motion and objection. Ms. Spiegel?
I'm sorry, we're voting on the amendment, I thought.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah,
Okay, all right.
yes.
Do I need to repeat the amendment? Okay. Assemblymember Hughes Candies,
Yes.
Assemblymember Gladishevsky. Assemblymember Wall,
No.
Assemblymember Bryson,
No.
Assemblymember Hale.
No.
Mayor Weldon,
No.
Assemblymember Smith,
no,
Assemblymember Wahal Gadak.
No.
Chair Train,
No.
motion fails, 1A, 8 nays.
Okay, that brings us back to Mr. Smith's original motion. Is there objection to that? I see none. What else do you need from us?
Oh,
Mr.
that's good. Thank you.
Rogers?
I'm done.
Yeah, I think we need to, but this is the second week in a row that we've made Ms. Kester sit here and then not get to the CIP, so we all owe her. And that is what I have to say about that. On her birthday. So the CIP will be kicked to next week. You guys have to do it next week. I won't be here, so it'll be, you'll have to figure it out, but that's okay. I trust that you can do it. And with that, I'm going to bring our meeting to an end.